Neighborhood. Oh, it is.
Okay, it is 3 o'clock, and we have a study session scheduled, and it's rather timely, I'm afraid. So don't know if I'll turn it over to Nancy. It looks like.
Yep. Go ahead, Nancy.
Thanks. Hi, good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Nancy Schessler, the city's risk manager. We're here to talk about property and casualty insurance. It's that time of year where our policies are getting set to expire at the end of June, so we need to start talking about what our plans are moving forward. So obviously, property is going to cover our facilities and our equipment, and the liability policies that we're talking about are law enforcement liability, employment practices liability, cyber liability, those kinds of things. So we do need assistance to go out to market. We can't do that on our own. So I've grabbed an expert in the field. Mark Skidmore's here today from Iron Insurance Partners. And they're the ones, along with many other things that they do for the city of Salina, they're very active and involved this time of year talking about what we're going to do for renewal and what's available and what's the best turn for the city. So the second set of ears and eyes that the city has, along with a lot of expertise, is James Charlesworth is here from Charlesworth Consulting, and he brought a friend, Kylie, right? Okay, all right, I did remember. So with those guys' experience, their years of working with the city, they know us the best. They know what's going on out there, and today they're going to start talking about the state of the marketplace. Mark's going to talk first. But before I sit down and let Mark get started, just because I know you're dying to hear, last year, if you recall, we actually changed from Travelers to Chubb for our property insurance. So they cover our facilities, obviously, and then also our equipment. So we did get a lowered hail deductible, wind and hail deductible, so it's only 1%, but 100,000 is 1% per premise, and then it's $100,000 minimum, except for TPEC. TPEC is set at a 2% and a $250,000 minimum. So anyway, unfortunately, we have some substantial damage that's coming our way, I think. So the reporting is leading me to believe that we're going to be busy with that for a little while. So we'll let Mark start off.
Thank you all for your time today. I really don't know what to say. I think I put a presentation together just kind of to give you a state of the marketplace and what we've seen. The marketplace had kind of calmed down a little bit, and the presentation talks about some storms and things like that.
Nikki should have put it on the P drive for you.
Or not. That's okay.
Do you want a hard copy?
Yeah, thanks. So we started putting this together a few years ago for y'all, just to kind of let you know the state of the marketplace and what we were dealing with when we talk about going to market, talk about what rates are doing, not go to market, just to kind of give you some oversight into what the industry was doing as a whole. You can go to the next one. So hard market, the lines of coverage that we've been having difficulty placing, most of this information is accredited to Gallagher down at the bottom of the slide, but liability, any sort of general liability claims have been difficult. So that line of coverage has been more difficult than some. Auto coverage, naturally with the litigation that we see in any auto claims, the auto line of coverage has been difficult, and sexual abuse coverage. Still hard in those three lines of coverage. Challenging, pollution and crime. And what we have seen is stable in the cyber and property line of coverage across the country. We can go to the next. Casualty, we're seeing the insurance companies reducing limits. It used to be that we could go buy these big umbrellas and it was relatively cheap to get a $10 million, a $15 million worth of umbrella coverage if we wanted. Now the insurance marketplace is pulling back, knowing that it just takes the right case to attach to that number and it's gone, whether they believe it's true or not true. It just can go away. So they're pulling back limits due to the litigiousness of society. I don't have to tell anybody that watches television about attorneys advertising or driving claims cost up. Evaluation of claims tails. So what we're seeing is that claims that have been open for a period of time are ballooning up due to inflation, increased medical. Things they thought they could settle for $1 million 18 months ago is now costing them $1.5 million. Market challenges, I talked about sexual abuse, claims in emerging years, right? Some of the states have changed around how long they allow somebody to file a sexual abuse claim. That's making that coverage increasingly more difficult. Average catastrophe claim severity, we'll talk about that in a slide in the future. Auto, I said. Employment practices liability losses continue to grow still. So this is just a tower comparison to the umbrella issue that I talked about, right? We used to be able to go out and get one carrier to give us a big limit. Then a few years ago, it went from 1 to 5, and now it might take us 10 to provide the same amount of coverage that we used to get. So, property showed signs of stabilizing. Convective storms have continued to be the #1 property loss leader. Pushing wind and hail deductibles, Nancy talked about that. We've improved our percentage. Insurers with good losses are seeing larger rate reductions. Naturally, if we don't use insurance, then we stand a better chance of it going down. We're trying to loss control away everything that we can, if we can control it. Hailstorms, we can't, but we can control other things. We need to make sure our house is buttoned up in that regard. And updating property valuations. The insurance marketplace is still pushing for insurance to value. So we can't take $1 million building and try to insure it for $800,000. That's just not flying in the marketplace today. They saw inflation with everybody else. This slide is kind of compact. I will tell you, and off the top of my head, I don't remember the number specifically, but from about 2018 till about 2024, we'd seen the number of billion-dollar events across the country rise from about the mid-teens up to the mid-20s. Now, some of that was COVID, inflation, we're trending all of that way. In 2025, we were fortunate, and this information is a little old because I think it's through July of last year, we'd only seen $14 billion events across the country for a 12-month period. So that's really what's led to property stabilizing somewhat. We think it's important that we take a look at the premium compared to our losses and our loss ratio each year. The insurance marketplace, and James has said this, and I hope I don't steal his thunder later, but we need travelers to be profitable in our space, or they're going to leave, and we would end up with bigger problems. So we're constantly looking at, okay, how much money do we pay the insurance company, and what are our claims against those years? That's kind of a great predictor of what we think we can get in the marketplace. You can see our premium spend has increased, but so have our claims to some degree over those years. Gosh, we were running so great until yesterday. So close to home. So 3-year loss ratio of 98%. So for every dollar we paid out to the insurance market, they paid us 98 cents back in paying claims. Should have.
Mark, quick question.
Uh-huh.
With like looking at 24, 25, obviously the year overlaps. When does the year end and the new year start?
All these years would go July 1st to July 1st.
Okay, I didn't know.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep, that's fine. And a 5-year loss ratio of 89%. 5 years, if we go to the marketplace, 5 years is pretty common for them to want to see what our loss ratio is. So, okay. Here's what our specific claims kind of break down to. You can see that half of our claims since June 30th of 2023 have been in the auto world, right? $1.3 million worth of auto claims. We've had $770,000 worth of property claims. We have general liability claims. We have professional liability that includes public entity, management, law enforcement, and employment practices. And then we had one cyber incident. So you'll see on the left, you see the number of claims we had in those areas. The auto claims are kind of skewed, and I forget exactly how they're skewed, but there's 2 hailstorms in that period. Mm-hmm. Yep. We've got 2 hail claims in there that was impacting a number of autos. But we had 5 property claims in that period. And so we're talking about almost 3 years in that pie chart.
Mark, in that auto claim, does that also include the large equipment like the loaders where it does not? It's
No, that would
so we've had some pretty large events happen at the landfill with landfill equipment. There were pretty fires on equipment that had to be replaced. So those were some pretty big claims.
Yes, they were. They would fall over into the property and inland marine section. The compactors are covered under the inland marine policy. Okay. You've got to remember this was put together about 10 days ago. We were expecting something less than a 5% rate increase on the property and inland marine schedule. They're going to take a small 2% or so inflationary increase. I would tell you that last week I was expecting that number to be high, meaning we were looking to improve on that. Casualty lines, we are expecting a rate increase. We had initially anticipated 25% on the auto. Last week I was getting the feeling that was going to be better than 25. 20% or so on the professional liability, and about a 10% on the liability. So we were kind of anticipating, when we put this information together, a 15% overall increase. Last week I was improving that to about 10%. Now, I don't know that anything that happened last night is going to necessarily get baked into our renewal. So I'm still kind of hoping for a 10% overall number, bottom line. I don't think we'll turn the claim in soon enough to get it baked into this year's pricing. That may be the last slide I had. Oh, it was. So. Any questions you've got for me before I turn it over to James, and I'm happy to come back after he talks.
Sorry. So, like, what type of claims do we have on the professional liability? What do those look like? And on those, a lot of times, is that just paying for attorney's fees, or is there actual claim that's been paid?
It was 193 total in the last 3 years, and I don't remember the breakdown.
I don't want to get too specific about those claims, but those are the ones that you're going to see when somebody files a claim against how a department handled a process. Maybe they got a variance on building a garage and went and built the garage how they thought it was supposed to be, and then come to find out something was wrong and they said the city did the paperwork incorrectly or whatever, and so maybe it cost them some money, and so they were out some dollars for that, so they're coming after the city for that. So those are you're going to be your professional liability claims. Those, it's first dollar is ours, up to $50,000. So we're stuck with that. General liability works a little bit different. Those are your, let's say somebody goes through a construction site of ours and maybe they think that we didn't, do the safety and security part properly, and they end up, driving into a hole and damaging their car, and maybe they're injured as well. So that's going to fall under general liability. Now that one, it only pays out if the claim is paid. So first dollar isn't ours, it's whatever the settlement might be with that party that then Travelers would charge us a $50,000 deductible. All our liability lines are $50,000 deductible.
So of those 10 claims in that area, 8 of them are still open. So that would include any law enforcement professional claim that completely bogus. We have a claim presented to us, we're going to turn it over to Travelers, and they're going to put a reserve amount on it. That's what they anticipate it might pay, but sometimes they're so new, they might throw $25,000 of it, so $193,000 includes reserve amounts. So they're just guessing at this is what I think they think their claims are going to be.
And
So
those,
8 of them are still in process.
yeah, and those types of claims tend to stay open for a long period of time. It just takes everybody a long time to sort through all the facts and gathering data, and so they tend to kind of be open for quite some time.
Yep.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council. James Charlesworth Consulting. I'm not going to rehash what Marcus said. I support his analysis and his review. A couple of just quick points I wanted to make is one of the challenges that we face is there's no competition. Competition is one of the great wonders of the world. It helps drive down pricing. We've got Midwest Public Risk, which is a pool. They've looked at it in the past. We haven't talked to him yet this year, but after yesterday, chances are probably the 99th percentile that their position will be unchanged. EMC Insurance Company, you're a little big for them. They have not expressed interest in cities of this size and complexity. And so without competition, it's hard to get Travelers too excited about really trimming or sharpening their pencil. When Mark talked about loss ratios, and Mark may disagree with me, but generally insurance companies want to be in the 50-60% loss ratio. That'll help cover their overhead and their profit. And so at 89 to 95%, obviously we're outside of that parameter. Now, his job is to argue with them saying, well, that's 90, 89% based on those premiums, but if we had that same premium over 5 years, maybe we get it down into the 70s or something and try to squeeze them for the best pricing. But his hands are pretty tied. I think his estimate of the 15% before rate is fairly accurate. I would be hoping for 15%, 10 to 15%, 12 to 15% after rate. But yesterday obviously changed the dynamics a little bit. We'll just have to see how that all plays out. As decisions are being made about what vehicles to fix, what roofs to fix, if it's cosmetic damage versus actual structural damage or the structural integrity damage, those are some decisions that will need to be made on whether to get those fixed, whether to take the insurance money. The theory is that you pay your own losses eventually. Now, the other argument on your loss ratio is there should be some sort of a shock loss factor. That's why you buy insurance, that you're not paying for the huge ones, just the smaller ones. So the good news is some of the reinsurance treaties from Lloyd's of London were very positive this past year. Insurance companies buy insurance, and the people who buy insurance, they buy insurance. And so even though we might say we have Travelers, there's probably 50 insurers behind closed doors that are all part of it, and that helps seed the risk and hopefully will limit the impact. But unfortunately, we have little competition. The good news is we're the best insurer that handles this type of risk. And the Chubb property renewals that I've handled lately have been very positive. The cyber renewals have been very positive. But as Mark has mentioned, claims are just getting out of control. And that has nothing to do with the city of Salina. That's just throughout the country, throughout the Midwest. Luckily, we have the Kansas Tort Claims Act on our behalf for everything that is outside of federal, but for your law enforcement claims, for your employment practices claims, those are going to normally fall outside there where the sky's the limit. So the one thing that I will ask to at least keep in your mind is that it would be in the city's long-term best interest if there's ever extra dollars to create and maintain a risk management reserve fund. So when these claims come up, we've got some buffer and there's not such an immediate impact on your current budget. So I don't know your fiscal situation. It's outside of my scope, but that is something that I encourage all my clients to have. Again, you take on considerable risk because of your size and the fact that you have good loss control, but we really need to find a way to have some funds set aside for these type of events so that it doesn't have a significant impact. And the further we can get away from insurance, the better off we're going to be in the long run. And if we have the reserves built up, if right now we're at a $50,000 deductible, if we're forced to go to $100,000, we're positioned to do so without scrambling. So that's the only comments I had. Any questions for me?
Mine's more for staff. We don't have a reserve fund set up?
No, we don't. We've talked about whether it would be appropriate for us to start some sort of a reserve fund, but right now our general fund balance is large enough that any kind of ebb and flow in the insurance world or claims, we can really absorb that with our general fund balance. So we've kind of used that as our de facto reserve fund. It doesn't say necessarily it's set aside for this specific purpose, but it is there. And as we've had, emergencies or things come up, I mean, for instance, we had the log jam that we had to pay for. We just paid for that at a general reserve fund balance.
Yeah, and God forbid we ever get back to where we were, with our general reserve balance wasn't very. I would like to see us talk about it budgeting to do that, mainly on years where we have good years. I think it'd be beneficial to do that, to set it aside for potential future hits to the budget, because with the economy, you just never know what's going to happen with your general reserve balance, and I think it'd be better to be proactive. I agree. So.
And I would encourage the city to, if you want to do that, I mean, how you're doing it now is perfectly common, but I would suggest having a philosophical conversation about what is our risk management reserve fund policy. What's our theory? Some will say we want 3 times our deductible plus all outstanding liabilities. Just as an example, we want that to be our buffer.
Well, I think it's just like you were talking about, whether it's cosmetic or structural. I mean, some of the cosmetic stuff we may want to take care of, but we don't want to file that with our insurance carrier. I think you do that as an individual a lot, and I think that's the things we have to look at. So some of that you're kind of self-insuring still a little bit. So.
Yeah, it's again, you don't want to get in a position where you're just trading dollars with the insurance company, because for every dollar that they give you, they're going to want $1.40 back. Yeah. So yeah, it just has to be strategic.
Yeah, go Scott, go to slide, I think it's 7. Right there. So if you look at this slide, you see our premiums went from, in 2021 to 22, from $500,000 to close to $1 million in 25, 26, and we probably will hit $1 million in when it's 26, 27 timeframe. I just want to point out that those premiums have gone up, but also the plan design has changed dramatically. So the cost for our premiums that or our deductibles has gone way up. It's changed dramatically. So we have had to have those conversations about what type of do we file it or not. I think so. For instance, we had quite a few police vehicles that got hit last night. We are going to have a conversation about whether we fix those right away or not, based on the fact that we typically see with our leases, we have a lot of vehicles that we flip in 12 or 24 months. They have a lot of value in the market when we resell them, and so that's good for the city. So those ones we probably are going to want to fix. We'll have to look at the deductible and see if it makes sense for us to fix it ourselves or turn it into insurance. But like police vehicles, well, we're going to keep those for 60 months or 68 months. So that vehicle is going to be in our system for a long time, and it really has almost no value at the end. Once you get to that point, it's got 140,000 miles. They've been driven hard, lots of usage. So there's really not a market for that vehicle on the back end. So we're going to have those conversations now, in particular, because our deductible for auto is what, $5,000. It used to be $1,500 per vehicle. So, and I think when we had that $1.6 million claim or around, we had $1,500 deductibles.
I think it was $500.
$500 deductibles. So it made a whole lot of sense for us at that time, to make the decision to get it fixed and go with insurance. It just doesn't make sense the same way now that it did back then. So I just want you to be thinking about it when we talk about a reserve fund or we talk about whether we should be setting additional dollars aside. It's really bigger than just the premium and the doubling of what we're paying in premiums. It has a whole lot more to do with how our plan design has changed and what we're going to pay out, because the deductibles are so much bigger now than they ever were.
Now that we lease those vehicles, there's nothing in there that requires us to get those fixed?
Well,
I don't.
not necessarily, but we really have to look at it based on the value of the vehicle, because it's really, if we're going to trade it off in a short period of time,
because they buy them back.
They buy. I mean, they sell them for us, so they will, and we don't have to fix them necessarily, but the value. So it's a value proposition. Does it make sense for us if we fix it now? Will it be worth enough? Does it make sense for us to fix it and get the money back when we sell it, or does it make sense for us to, just hold on to it and sell it, but we'll sell it for a lower value? So there's lots of kind of value propositions we're going to have to go through, and we will sit down with Enterprise on each one of these vehicles and go, does this make sense? What do we have in value? What do we think it would sell for? And just, it's going to be a very kind of line item by line item decision that we'll make as we move forward, because when the deductible is $5,000, you can do it. You can spend a lot of money on a fleet of 185 vehicles getting them fixed, and we just have to make sure that it makes sense. And if it doesn't make sense, then we have to know that we're making the decision on the front end that we're not going to have the same value that we might have had on the back end, if that all makes sense.
I had that very conversation with a client last week where they had vehicles that were close to $5,000 for repairs, and they determined that the residual value only went down $2,000. So they're like, we're not going to spend $5,000 just to get $2,000 back in a year or two. And so it was just a business decision. Yeah.
I'd like to throw out both James and Mark mentioned the lack of competition in the marketplace. And I know from experience, because I've gone through these type presentations for decades, but in business, and I'm sure it works the same way in government, the lower your loss ratio, the more the insurers are looking to get your business, because they want those businesses or they want those entities with a history of low loss ratios.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. However, government is complicated. A city risk is a complex risk. When you think about streets and police and fire and parks, they're all separate business models under the same umbrella. There's just not a whole lot of insurance companies that want to be in it, regardless of the loss ratio. So we kind of are in a really tough spot. Our loss ratio isn't that great. And like I said, if we took $964,000 and ran those for all the years and refixed the loss ratios and maybe put some sort of a shock loss multiplier or limit on the big loss, we might be able to argue our loss ratio is not all that bad. But it doesn't change the fact that nobody else is really getting into public entity. It's just it's a challenging risk. But to your point, it sure makes my job and Mark's job a lot easier if we've got a low ratio, and we can try to get some of these other, whether it's EMC or NPR or some other insurer that maybe shows up. Yeah, they're going to cherry pick the good clients. But unfortunately, we just don't have that option this year. Would you agree?
Yes.
It's all good news.
So,
yeah.
Mark acted like maybe the claims wouldn't hit in time to affect our next year's premiums. Do you agree with that, or do you think?
Yeah, I
they'll
think
look-
we're close enough. I mean, the 7-1 underwriting is well underway. You know, they're going to know. So it's going to, but they don't know the extent. We don't know the extent. So, yeah, I don't think it's going to be. It'll hurt us next time when we're next year. Obviously, we'll have another storm the day before we come next year again.
Right.
But yeah, we'll
Stop putting you on the schedule.
Yeah, please do. But yeah, we will.
So it's really next year. Is
I
when
think-
we
think,
we'll maybe
yeah.
see the residual.
And not only will be next year, but not only will be our loss, but it'll be the totality of spring storms throughout the country that will have. And then hurricane season will be a big factor as
Because
well.
it does seem like the Midwest has been getting hit a lot harder here the last few, recently.
Well, we were hoping everything was moving east. It seems like Kentucky and them were getting more, but unfortunately, we're back to where it normally is.
Yeah.
So hopefully here I don't know the schedule, but I would imagine sometime in early June we'll be back in front of you with hopefully some good news. The market's stable. You're a good risk. There's nothing that I think we can do better. We just have to keep working and make sure Mark and his team do what they always do and get us a good renewal.
Okay, any other questions for you guys? Comments from staff?
Everything.
Okay, with that, we will be back here at 4 o'clock for our regular scheduled meeting. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, it is 4 o'clock. We will call the April 27th, 2026 Salina City Commission meeting to order. I will look to staff for confirmation of the Kansas Open Meeting Act required notice has been provided.
Yes.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Mayor Hoppick.
Here?
Commissioner Davis.
Here.
Commissioner Ivy.
Here?
Commissioner Lankwitz.
Here.
Commissioner Remp.
Here.
Thank you. Will those who are able please stand for a pledge of allegiance and a moment of silence? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, that will bring us to public hearings.
Item 3.1, conduct a public hearing and consider approval of resolution number 26-8351 and ordinance number 26-11280 relating to the levying of special assessments.
Okay, due to a conflict, I am going to recuse myself and turn it over to Vice Mayor Ivy.
Okay, we will start by opening this public hearing. Ms. Pack?
Good afternoon, Vice Mayor and Commissioners. Debbie Pack, Director of Finance. Today's item is the public hearing and resolution and ordinance for 6 special assessment districts. One of the districts being considered today is the Cedar Point District. On May 12, 2025, City Commission adopted a resolution that agreed that 100% of the cost of those improvements associated to Cedar Ridge Drive in this district would be paid by the city at large. On April 13, 2026, City Commission received the final breakdown for costs for these 6 special assessment districts: Cedar Point, Lakeview Estates Number 2, Phase 2, Liberty Edition Number 3, Overlook Estates Edition, Airport Industrial Center Number 3, Phase 1, and Stone Lake Edition, Phase 3B. After the final costs were accepted by the City Commission, it was determined that there were some additional engineering costs on the Cedar Point Edition. It was determined that the majority of these costs were attributable to the Cedar Ridge Drive. Therefore, staff is recommending that these costs be added to the city's portion of the project as reflected in Resolution 26-8351. Also, after final costs were accepted, we determined that there were 2 credits on 2 of the districts that would create a less amount that would be assessed to the property owners. One of those was for credit for issuance costs, because the project at Liberty Edition included a substantial grant, and a substantial portion for the city that will not be debt financed. So the finance costs of that project would be lowered, thus lowering the per lot assessment to each of those homeowners. And on the Airport Industrial Center, we discovered that there were some interest earnings on the temporary notes that the airport originally had, and so that cost was credited back to that project. In today's action, both of those adjustments have reduced the total cost and the allocation to each property within those districts. The public hearing today is to receive input from interested parties. It's not whether the special assessments should be levied against the properties, but whether the final costs have been properly calculated and distributed as noted. With this action, homeowners or owners will have the opportunity, they'll have a 30-day period to prepay those special assessments, which basically allows them to pay them at cost as opposed to after they're bonded, when the cost of interest on the bonds would be added to the special assessment. All 6 of these districts are being bonded or will be bonded for over a 20-year period. After the public hearing, there are 2 commission items to be acted upon. The first is resolution number 268351, amending the advisability of Cedar Point Edition special assessments. That's to include those additional engineering costs. You can approve that resolution. You can approve it with amendments. You could postpone consideration or vote to deny that and give staff further instruction. The second action item is ordinance number 2611280, which actually levies the special assessments for the improvements at Special Point or Cedar Point, Lakeview Estates number 2, Phase 2, Liberty Edition number 3, Overlook Estates Edition, Airport Industrial Center number 3, Phase 1, and the Stone Lake Edition Phase 3B. Again, you have the same options: approve with amendments, postpone consideration, or do not approve and give us direction as far as how you want to handle that. At this, I'll open up for any questions.
Are there any questions?
I have maybe just a question, Debbie. I guess a couple of them, but Liberty Edition. Help me think of where Liberty Edition is.
It's on the southeast corner. I'm looking at Wayne because you want to answer that question. I'd say where I thought it was, but I won't do that because it might be wrong.
Wayne Nelson, civil engineer. Liberty Edition number 3 is located south of the headquarters of the Sunflower Bank. It's about a quarter mile south of the intersection of Ohio and Schilling.
Bigger lots back in there.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, I believe it's zoned as industrial area.
And
the Evergy,
go ahead.
Evergy recently moved into that area.
Right. And kind of going along with it, the city share of $961,000, the KDOT portion of $744, was that KDOT economic program money, was that meant to be used for Liberty Edition number 3?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And the city share is after that deduct or before that deduct? Was the original amount, say, $1 million, roughly 7, or?
That 743 is included in the 961. So the city share is about 180,000.
Right, less than 200.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, good. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, we will open this up. Any public comment? Please step forward. Seeing none, we will bring this up for action.
Mr. Vice Mayor, I move for approval of resolution number 26-8351, amending advisability of Cedar Point Addition special assessments.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve resolution number 268351, amending advisability of Cedar Point Addition special assessments. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. That passes 4-0. We'll move on to the next. Second part of that.
I'm on deck, okay. I move for approval of ordinance number 26-11280, levying special assessments for improvements for Cedar Point Addition, Lakeview Estates number 2, Phase 2, Liberty Edition, Overlook Estates, Airport Industrial Center number 3, Phase 1, and Stone Lake Edition Phase 3B for a period of 20 years.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we approve ordinance number 26-11280.
Roll call.
Levying special assessments for improvements for Cedar Point Addition, Lakeview Estates number 2, Phase 2, Liberty Edition, Overlook Estates, Airport Industrial Center number 3, Phase 1, and Stone Lake Edition Phase 3B for a period of 20 years. May we have a roll call?
Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Lankowitz?
Aye.
Commissioner Remp?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Ivy?
Aye. That passes 4-0. We'll move on to the next item and bring Mayor Hoppick back.
All right. So Consent agenda item 4.1 is to consider approval of the minutes of the April 13th, 2026 regular meeting. Item 4.2, consider authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement for excess workers' compensation coverage with Midwest Employers Casualty Company for 2 years in the amount of $170,046. Item 4.3, consider approval of resolution number 26-8350, appointing members to citizen boards, commissions, and committees. Item 4.4, consider authorizing the acceptance of a change order to modify the switches to be placed in the modules supporting the city's fiber network upgrades. Item 4.5, authorize the city manager to execute agreements for 2026 vehicle and equipment rebids. And item 4.6, consider awarding the bid for the 2026 pavement marking project to Traffic Management Kansas Inc. of Topeka, Kansas, in an amount not to exceed $104,687.36.
Okay, thank you, Nikki. Is there an item a commissioner would like to pull from the consent agenda?
Nope.
Okay. If not, are there any comments from the public on the consent agenda items? Okay, if not, I will bring it to the commission for action.
Mayor, I move approval of the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as published. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? That item passes 5-0. That will bring us to administration, item 5.1.
Item 5.1, consider a debt financing plan for 2026 general obligation bonds relating to Fire Station Number 4.
Okay, Ms. Pack.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Debbie Pack, Director of Finance. Each spring, the City of Salina reviews its needs for permanent debt financing for projects that have been completed or are near completion and ready for bond financing. During the 2026 budget process, staff presented options to the City Commission in regards to spending down the general fund balance, which was approximately a little over $33 million at the end of 2024. One of those options was to pay part of the Fire Station Number 4 project with general fund cash instead of issuing debt. The City Commission gave staff direction to include a $5 million transfer out of the general fund to cover part of the cost of that project. After some unexpected expenses over the budget and some under revenues in the budget in 2025, the estimated ending fund balance of the general fund should be about $26 million. Very early projections in 2026, which is through March 31st, show that the fund balance at the end of 2026 could be around $19 million. That includes that $5 million transfer. Staff believes that the total cost of the fire station replacement project will come in at around $9.1 million. Staff has identified a few options for City Commission's consideration. The first option, as far as financing the fire station project, the first option is, as we had discussed it during the budget process, which was to debt finance $5 million and cash fund from the general fund the additional $4.1 million that's expected, or up to $5 million. This would create an annual debt service payment of $370,000, and over the cost of 20 years would be about $7.4 million. That means the total cost would be about $11.5 million. Second option would be to debt finance the full amount of the project. At $9.1 million, that would create an annual payment of $670,000 and create a cost over the 20 years of $13.4 million. The third option is to debt finance none and to finance the entire project out of the general fund cash balance of $9.1 million. That would create a total cost of $9.1 million. Some considerations for all of these options. On option one, with financing the $5 million, staff has to evaluate the debt service fund capacity, and we believe that the current property tax can support this option. The effects on the general fund leaves it comfortably above its target of, it should be $13 million, not $15 million. Option two, staff's evaluation of the debt service fund shows that with the current projects that are approved in the capital improvement plan, that we would need additional property tax revenue by 2030 to support this option. And while option 3 opens up $5 million in debt capacity, it could leave the general fund under its target of $13 million. Based on City Commission's direction given to staff today, the sizing of the bond issuance scheduled for June 8th, 2026 will be adjusted accordingly. Staff has identified the following options. You could move to direct staff to use either option 1, 2, or 3 for funding the new fire station. You could do any of those options with amendments as you might see fit. You could postpone consideration of how we should fund this, but I would say that any decision that we make after May 11th could delay the financing schedule that's set forward for bonding. So I would stand for any questions at this point.
Okay, questions or comments from the commission for Ms. Pack?
What type of interest rate do we pay on our debt?
It's usually around 4%, something like that. Depends on the market, obviously, but it's usually around 4%.
So not bad in today's world, and I know this has been gone over many times, how the price ballooned so much, and hey, it may or may not be the time, but I know wanting to keep the city's reserves healthy, it just would be my recommendation that maybe we relook at roundabouts, because we overspent by a couple of roundabouts on this fire station, and I think we're looking at some areas where they're kind of a nice to do, not a need to do. And that's it.
Yes, I believe if we financed the entire project, we would have to look at all the projects that we have on the list as far as their priority and things like that. I think we'd have to do that without getting into a position where we'd have to issue more property tax to pay it off.
And we will have a discussion about prioritizing, projects when we get into the budget process. So we will have some of those discussions now. Some of those projects like Magnolia, West Magnolia Phase 1 we've already let the bid, and that's already, the train is on the track, and we can't slow that one down. But there are other projects we certainly could discuss.
Yes.
I guess the only option I don't like was number 3. Number 1 seems a nice middle of the road, and I prefer to have a little more money in that general fund.
Second that.
Yeah.
Good compromise.
Yeah, I think that's kind of where our discussions had been in the past is, we had talked about, depending on where our general reserve balance was, is to using part of that to pay down the debt and then debt servicing part of it. So it's kind of, I agree. I think that's kind of where we've been discussing this for quite a while. So I think
option number 1 takes us down to roughly 16 million.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So.
And we talked about
Well,
going,
it'd be about 19 million, 'cause didn't I say?
Yeah,
because
19.
that would include
19.
that transfer that we've already budgeted.
Oh, that was
for.
already included.
Yeah,
Already
so that, it would
included,
take us
yeah.
down to about 19 million,
Yeah.
if projections stay like they are. But that's what we had budgeted for, that's correct.
Commissioner Linkowitz, any comments?
Don't have much to add other than originally I was for option 1, but after our conversation pertaining to insurance coverage and premiums, I'm leaning more towards option 2.
Yeah, I think the option 1, though, I think that's kind of where I'm at. So I guess we'll open it up to public comment. Does anyone have any public comment?
Greg, you make a good point.
Okay, I will bring it back to the commission for action.
I'd move to direct staff to use option number 1 for funding the new fire station number 4.
second.
We have a motion and a second to direct staff to use option 1 for funding the new fire station number 4. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, that item passes 5-0. Okay, that will lead us to item 5.2.
Item Item 5.2, consider authorizing the mayor to execute a development agreement with the Salina Saline County War Memorial Incorporated for the construction of public improvements at the Sunset Park War Memorial.
Mr. Hammond.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioners, Jeff Hammond, Parks and Recreation Director. Feeling a strong sense of pride this afternoon delivering this proposed agreement on behalf of the veterans here today and our community. I'm here this afternoon to present for your consideration a development agreement between the City of Salina and the Salina Saline County War Memorial Incorporated Group for improvements to the War Memorial located at Sunset Park. The original memorial was established to recognize and remember the names members of armed forces who died in the line of duty from Saline County and all those that served our country. The memorial was constructed in Sunset Park and dedicated to the City of Salina in 1994, with ongoing maintenance provided by the City of Salina through Parks and Recreation. In recent years, the Salina Saline County War Memorial Group was reestablished as a nonprofit organization to continue honoring veterans and to allow additional commemorative opportunities through the sale of inscribed bricks and related memorial elements. As part of that renewed effort, the organization proposed an expansion of the area at Sunset Park and a renovation of the existing memorial. On February 15th of 2023, the War Memorial Group approached the Parks and Rec Advisory Board and they reviewed the project concepts and fundraising plans and gave a positive recommendation for the group to move forward. If you recall, some of you might have been there for a study session in April 10th of 2024. Representatives of the organization presented the project to the City Commission during that study session, including conceptual drawings, estimated costs, fundraising plans, along with a request for a 50% city contribution towards the construction plans of that renovation of the existing memorial. Since that time, staff has continued working with the representatives to refine project details, assist in the final construction drawings, discuss project funding, and develop the proposed agreement before you tonight. The proposed project, in partnership with Hutton Construction with the War Memorial Group, includes additional memorial features, site improvements at Sunset Park, at the War Memorial, including memorial benches, granite monuments, marker wall tiles, brick paving, concrete walks, landscaping, lighting infrastructure, and related site work. The estimated total cost of the project as provided by Hutton Construction was $317,000, $428.66. Under the proposed agreement, the War Memorial Group would be responsible for the construction, installation, and completing the memorial improvements once funding requirements are satisfied. The nonprofit would serve as the contracting entity with Hutton Construction. The city's contribution under the agreement would be an amount not to exceed $165,732.51. That funding would come from the Parks Improvement Fund, which is derived from sales tax fund, and this project was identified in the 10-year capital plan for parks maintenance. The agreement also includes several important protections and clarifications. Establishes that the improvements are in fact city-owned and on city property. It provides that the city will retain the right to review and give final approval of all inscriptions, names, sponsors, and related text on the War Memorial improvements. Further clarifies that the approved inscriptions displayed are in fact government speech and not a public forum or public speech. In addition, the agreement requires construction contract to include the city's standard contract addendum for insurance, bonding, warranty protections, things like that, and names the city as a third-party beneficiary. In summary, this agreement provides a path forward for a meaningful community project that honors veterans, enhances the public memorial that has 2 events per year on Veterans Day and Memorial Day, and it's the next one this year's coming up in Memorial Day. Also, additionally, there are. Staff recommends that approval of the motion. Other options to consider for the governing body to consider would be to amend the proposal to postpone this action today, or to vote no on this development agreement. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have. Also, there are several members here of the War Memorial Group that would love an opportunity to speak and speak in support of this project. And with that, I will hand it over back to you, and I'll stand for any questions you might have.
Are there any questions for Mr. Hammond? If not, we'll...
A quick one. Jeff, you talk about Hutton Construction being involved since '23. Can I assume the bid is a current bid? One that is good in today's dollars?
The Hutton is the Salina County, the Salina County War Memorial Group is the contracting entity with Hutton Construction. The city is not. I'm going to pass that question off to them.
Okay.
But there are on the screen. I'd love to give Bob Miller an opportunity to speak. Bob Miller being with Hutton Construction for many years. These are the drawings that are available publicly on the screen. That he might be able to answer some of the questions you might have better than I.
All right. Well, I'm just wondering about that total price, and I certainly appreciate our veterans. I have not served myself, but I'm very appreciative of those who have.
Bob, you want to speak? You want to speak?
I can stand. Okay, all right.
Thanks, Bob.
Thank you, Jeff. Good afternoon. I'm Bob Miller. I'm a member of the Salina County Salina War Memorial Association. We thank you for the opportunity to come before you today, and hope that you can help us with this. Your approval today, it will actually allow our group to go ahead and start a formal fundraising process to raise our share of the funds. To date, we've just been a few donations here and there. We haven't been able to really go forward with much of anything. So your vote today to allow us to proceed will allow us to do that. As Jeff said, Phase 1 was completed in 1994. That represented the overseas conflicts up until that time. Phase 2 recognizes those conflicts that have occurred within the last 32 years and will provide a little bit of additional room for anything that may come up that we don't foresee or might be in the future. I was fortunate to be the project manager on the original project 32 years ago, and so I feel really privileged to be here and represent this group today as just the liaison. And for everybody's clarification, I've been retired from Hutton for 3 years, but I was with Bus Boom and Rowell for 47 years, which was the original contractor there. I'd like to thank Jeff and Jacob and Brent for their time that they've spent with us and guiding us through this process. Have been very, very informative, a lot different than the last time, but we've learned a lot as well. But we encourage you to support us, provide your vote so we can move forward. We thank you very much.
Thank you, Bob. Somebody from the forum?
I don't know how much better I could have said, but
Give it your best.
thank you. Okay. To introduce myself, I am Stan Britt. Oh, get up here. I'm a very proud veteran of this great nation in which we live. I served the United States Air Force December 671 and December 675. I'm a life member of both the VFW and the American Legion, with 52 years and 35 years respectively. I'm currently the commander of the 6th District of the Department of the American Legion. So you see, I'm pretty dedicated to our veterans and doing things for our veterans, their families, and our community. And all this works in together. Because if we can move forward with this, our veterans, their families, and the community will see improvements in our war memorial as a whole. You know, I've visited a lot of memorials around the area. Over here at Solomon, there's a very small one, but it's very nice. Wichita, Topeka, Kansas City. In late 2018, I had the opportunity to go to D.C. on the honor flight. Arlington Cemetery, changing of the guards, those kinds of things are just extremely impressive and very, very heartwarming. During the time that I was in some of the local veterans memorials, there were people in there, you know, local people who were asking themselves, how do we get a brick here? How do we donate? How do we do this? Well, so in 2018, there was a committee that was formed to discuss the expansion of the Salina County War Memorial. Today, we're here 8 years later with a finalized plan, a clear plan, and the dedication to move forward with what we've been doing for 8 years now. So expanding the park would be extremely helpful, improving for our memorial as a whole. All the artwork that has gone in recently has very much enhanced the War Memorial as a whole. So I would like to thank sincerely Parks and Rec, the City of Salina administration, and the Commission for providing us this opportunity to accomplish the expansion of our veterans and their families. Thank you.
Are there any questions for the applicant? Thank you for your dedicated work. I know I've been on the commission 9 years, and we've seen you up here several times, so thank you for your hard work on this, but also thank you for your service to our country, obviously. Yeah. We're getting closer, aren't we? Good.
Mayor Hoppick and commissioners, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Ben Vidrickson II. 3 decades ago, my father, also known as Senator Ben, served as finance chairman for the original War Memorial Committee. Seems only fitting that I hold the position of treasurer as well as project designer. I would like to acknowledge a few of our committee members. You just met Stan Brett, and Bill Vineyard is our first vice chairman. Bruce Richardson, is he here? Oh, he's back here. Okay. Second vice chairman, Karen Vidrickson, secretary. Don't know if Doug Randolph is here. He is our historian. Oh, I see Steve Morrison over here also as one of our committee members. And Jim Cole, advisor. Jim held a position of co-vice chairman with the original committee from the 1990s, and he's here to be our advisor. Helping us with fundraising is Jenny Jones and Lori Blake with their marketing skills and their grant writing. On behalf of the committee, I want to express our sincere gratitude for your consideration of this partnership, supporting the planned expansion of the Salina County War Memorial. We appreciate your leadership and your commitment to honoring the veterans and families this project represents. We look forward to working together for the benefit of the community. I'm available to answer any questions now.
Any questions for Mr. Vidrickson?
Nope.
Well, this allows us to move forward, and we will do it quickly.
Okay. Thank you.
And get on with it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You?
Okay. Are there any comments from the public? If not, I do have one quick question, and I don't know if it's a typo. in one place here, we have 167,732.51, and on the financial notes, it's 165,732. I mean, it's not a big deal, but I don't know which one is correct. We just want to make sure the contract has that correct.
The 167 was what was budgeted in the 10-year capital plan.
Okay.
There were some reductions in the scope of work over the course of time from Hutton Construction. There was an element removed. So, and then the budget document that is attached as part of the agreement or part of the proposed agreement is city contribution of 165.
So I guess that answers Mr. Commissioner Rimp's comment about it doesn't really matter what the bid comes in. We're giving an amount not to exceed 165,732.51.
And
so
I do have one follow-up on that too when you're done, Mayor.
that's all I was. Yeah, we do have a cap on what the city is contributing.
Jeff, as a follow-up, the name of the memorial is the Salina County War Memorial, Inc. Has anybody approached the county about a contribution?
I don't know if the group has or has not. That's the name of the group, is the Salina County War Memorial Incorporated. What I generally call the name of the area of the park is the Sunset War Memorial.
But we're representing or honoring all of our vets from the entire county, too.
Right.
And it might not hurt to ask for a contribution.
I would.
We'd be happy to go.
I was thinking on the other side of the ledger, though.
Yes. Yeah, we would definitely do that. That might be our next step.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions? If not, I will bring it back to the commission for action.
Mayor, move to approve a motion to authorize the mayor to execute a development agreement with Salina County War Memorial, Inc. to provide for public improvements at the Sunset Park War Memorial in an amount not to exceed $165,732.51.
Second.
We have a motion, a second, authorizing the mayor to execute a development agreement with Salina County War Memorial, Inc. to provide for public improvements at the Sunset Park War Memorial. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That item passes 5-0. Congratulations, and go get them, guys.
Good job. Thank you all for your service.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, that will bring us to item 5.3. Thank you.
Item 5.3, consider a recommendation to reject all bids for the Landfill Scales and Scale House project, revise the project scope and bid documents, and rebid the project.
Okay, because of some work-related conflicts, I am going to recuse myself from this item also.
All right. You got the floor, Mr. Marsh.
Good afternoon. Excuse me. Good afternoon, Vice Mayor and Commissioners. As part of the approved 2026 capital improvement program, new scales and a new scale house at the Salina Solid Waste Municipal Landfill are planned to be constructed in this year, 2026. The posting for the project bids went live on March 5th on the city webpage in the Salina Blueprint Plan Room and was published on Salina 311 on March 8th, 11th, and 15th. A pre-bid meeting was held March 12th. Bids were opened April 2nd, 2026 at 10 a.m. with 3 bids received. J.C. Builders, Ponton Construction, and Prairie Landworks Incorporated. The bid tabulation has been attached in your packet. Prairie Landworks was the only complete bid and were 18% above the engineer's estimate. 2 bids were incomplete. Staff believes there may have been some confusion on the invitation to bid regarding several things, including the scales, the types of scales the city requested, the style of the generator, which is really no big deal on that one, catwalks for the scales, grading, fencing, and the entrance to the landfill. Section 17.1 of the invitation to bid states that the owner, the city, reserves the right to reject any or all bids. City staff and SCS Engineering, our contract engineers, have been working to redefine grading, paving, fencing, drainage, positioning, and entrance layouts to reduce the costs. We believe we are in the range of $1 to $1.5 million in reducing the costs on the scope of the project. Funding for the project is in the CIP was $3 million, $2.7 million for construction and $300,000 for design. The engineer's estimated probable cost was $4,352,052.37 with a 10% contingency. The funding will be from general obligation bonds supported by the Solid Waste Fund. Staff has identified the following options for the City Commission to consider: reject all bids, redefine the project scope to lessen costs and clarify bid documents, and rebid the project, or approve the one complete bid in the amount of $5,159,742. I will stand for any questions.
Anyone have any questions?
One.
I have one.
Was the confusion on the invitation bid, I'll put that in quotes, was that responsible for much of the amount over the engineer's estimate, or were there other factors?
I believe that was part of it, Commissioner. I also believe that we did not define enough on amounts, if that makes any sense. And it left, they had to bid high. They had to bid very high to make sure they covered their costs. And we've redefined that in this next.
Okay, so with the redefinition, I know it's not done this way, would their bid have been appropriate?
I'm sorry?
Would their bid have been appropriate for the way it's been redefined?
No.
No, okay.
No.
Okay.
Sorry.
Probably know where I was going with that.
Yeah, well, just
yeah.
In terms of redefining it, it's not just what Mr. Marsh and his team are doing is using what they've learned here to substantially change the project so that the cost will be lessened. So it's not just, the goal here isn't just to redo the bid, because it's to change the design work substantially and then redo the bids.
Okay, thank you.
And a quick question, Ron.
Yes.
It seemed like a month or three back we were talking about the scale kind of having one foot in the grave and the other on a banana peel. Like it was very, very limited in the amount of life left back in it. Will it hold out through a new rebidding process? I mean, we can get many more months out of it. We're not going to be left. I don't know what type of revenue the landfill generates, but I think the scale is a very important part of that.
Yes, Commissioner, the scale would be a very important part of that. You're right. The scale we currently have is on its last legs. We feel we can coax it along. Can't guarantee anything, but we feel we can coax it along until this project is done. If by chance it fails and we can't use this one, we can always rent until this project is done.
Okay.
Do we have a time frame as far as how long will this set us back time-wise to rebid? Do we have a ballpark?
We've been working, Commissioner, since we got these bids back and decided to come to you and request to reject the bids. We have been working, trying to be proactive with SCS. That's where we've identified the $1 to $1.5 million. We hope it can be more, but that's where we're at right now. We hope to have it out within the next 2 weeks. So,
thank you. And just to clarify, the biggest problem was the parameters of the project were just, the two lower bids just didn't meet those parameters.
They didn't have complete bids.
Okay.
So, for instance, one of the items that we had 5 addendums, which is unheard of in a bid, and that's, I'll take full responsibility for that, but we will not have any of those this time. We will put it out, define it, and get the bids back.
Thank you.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
Okay, do we have any public comment? Please state your name and where you're from.
I'm Staten Deal. This is Kathy McCandless, and we're here representing JC Builders with Craig Piercy. They stated that we had an incomplete bid. We just found out about this as soon as they put the letter out. There wasn't any communication back from them but we acknowledged all 5 addendums, plus on the bid sheet, all line items were addressed, and we're under a little bit of confusion of what the incompleteness was.
You can address that?
Addendum 4 adjusted the invitation to bid and added a 39th line item, which was the scale catwalk, which allows our crews, our employees to perform maintenance and to identify problems with the scales. They did not bid that line item. So, and that was out in addendum number 4, so.
Thank you.
Can I ask how their bid was, other than that particular line item being omitted?
And I'll look to city attorney, but there was enough questions on the bid.
Okay.
One of them, and I'm not going to get into individual line items because I don't want to do that here.
Right.
But there was enough questions with some individual line items that we could, and if it was just simply a matter of sitting down with them, we could have met with them and done that. But there was enough question that we felt it was better to go out, redefine the scope, and go back out.
I'm Kathy McCandless, and I am the project estimator for Piercy Builders. And we were just told this morning that we had an incomplete bid and that we had used the wrong bid form. So I went back through the addendums, and the only adjusted bid form I could find was on addendum number 1. That is the bid form that we used. My concern is that we were told we used the wrong scale. So I also went back through the addendums, and we were also told that they wanted a steel deck on the scale, but that's not what the addendums say. In addendum number 1, it gives us the option for a concrete deck or a steel deck. So our scale proposal has a concrete deck. It meets all of the requirements. We also have included that catwalk. So we're just a little bit confused. If someone would have called and said, hey, looks like you've got a wrong bid form, and obviously we weren't the only ones. I've contacted Brandon Ponton, and Brandon, his group used the same bid form that we did. And I asked him to go back this afternoon to look through the addendums to see what he could find. He could not find a new bid form that shows the catwalk line item on there. The comment was also made, they thought that we had used the wrong generator. The bid form asked for a diesel generator. The addendums specify a gas generator. That's exactly what we have included. So we're a little confused. We were the low contractor, and $563,000 difference between our bid and PLI. So it makes no sense to us why we would even consider the very highest bid that the city had gotten that day. We were just hoping someone can explain things to us. If they would have just called and said, hey, we have a question, can you explain these items to us? We would have been more than glad to have explained what we had included and where we had included it in our bid.
I think this is, we're considering redoing all the bids over again, and one of the options is to go with the higher bid, but we're considering rebidding the whole project and hopefully straightening out all these issues that we're having so that everything be correct.
Well, the unfortunate thing that happens when you do that is those numbers are now public. So unless you absolutely scale down that project and redesign it where we can all start from scratch, it's just a matter of going back through and saying, okay, can we live with this number? Can we live with that number? And that's typically what happens. I've been doing this for 20 years. And it seems as though when you go back and ask to rebid something, a lot of times you get qualified contractors that refuse to bid again because we spend a lot of time. I suppose on that particular job, I had 55 or 60 hours in doing the takeoff on that project. And we were expecting to have a nice project to get started. We also have went as far as to have people start doing some of the submittal process, thinking that today we would have been awarded a contract. So it would have been nice if someone would have just let the contractors know that there was a problem.
Thank you.
And I just want to say, just when Ron and I first discussed this, we just both just felt very. We talked about all the scenarios. We talked about how this affects bidders. We talked about how we don't want to become a place that people don't want to bid. We discussed all that. The problem, is there's no good option because of the bids we got back. We could accept a bid that would essentially guarantee that we'd be going into change orders right away, or we could accept a bid that wasn't as the engineer really wants it, or we could accept bids with other problems. All of our documents always say that we have the right to reject all bids, and everyone knows that that's not what we want to do, but that is something we reserve the right to do, and that is the staff recommendation.
Any other public comment? Okay, we can bring it back for any discussion or action.
Just a question. How often does our staff call bidders? I mean, if it was a typo or an obvious arithmetic error, you'd probably call it, 2 + 7 is such and such.
Commissioners, on something like that, generally we will do that. If it's something minor like that, just to clarify and make sure we're all on the same sheet. But when there's enough questions there just seemed to be enough. It was not clear
generally
across the
speaking,
board.
if there was one line that was a discrepancy, but I think the problem here is we had multiple bids that had discrepancies in them, so it wasn't like you just had one line item from one bid that you could review. It was multiple line items from multiple bids that were, and honestly, this is our fault. It was not clear. I mean, the bid documents were not as clear as we would have liked them to be. Meaning that the end result of this project, if we awarded it today, is not going to be what we actually want. So hasn't happened very many times. I actually can't think of a time in the last 7 years that we've rebid a project. So it's not something, it's certainly not ideal. We don't like to do that. But in this circumstance, we felt like we could rework the project enough and change it enough that it was worth going back to rebid it, if that makes sense.
You have something else you want to add?
No, Commissioner.
No,
I was just
behind
gonna.
you, sorry.
Oh.
I would just appreciate it if someone from the city could email to me the correct bid form and where it was found, what addendum it's located in, so that I can see if I'm the one that made a mistake or if it simply was not included. Thank you.
Yeah, we could certainly contact you and give you all that information, but I believe it was not your mistake. I believe it was our mistake. I think it was us that messed up.
Okay. Any more discussion? Ready for action?
Yep.
I will make a motion. Seems like our options are limited, but I do not want to go with the high bid, especially if there were bidders that there was miscommunication. But getting to the motion, option number 1, reject all bids, redefine the project scope to lessen costs, clarify bid documents, and rebid the project. And I'd like to put a time frame to that too. And, perhaps here we're at the end of April. What is a reasonable time frame, Ron?
Well, Commissioner, I would tell you the second meeting in May. However, we don't have a second meeting in May, so the first meeting in June, we can have a recommendation to you.
But I think we'd like to get on with this, and I think Piercy Builders would be able to submit a new bid rather quickly. I would think maybe Potton could as well. So I guess unless somebody has another idea, I would like to have those bids in no later than May 31.
And we can have them in by May 31. That's not a problem, Commissioner.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded that we reject all bids, redefine the project scope to lessen costs and clarify bid documents, and rebid the project to be, all bids would be received by May 31st. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. That passes 4-0. And we will welcome the mayor back.
Okay, that will lead us to development business, item 6.1.
Item 6.1, consider approval of ordinance number 26-11282, rezoning the property at 663 Briarcliff Road, the old fire station number 4, to allow the building to be used as a city facility maintenance operations site.
Mr. Hers.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Dustin Hers with Planning and Zoning. And I'm here to present item 6.1, which is application ZMA 26002, a request for a zoning map amendment regarding the existing soon-to-be former fire station number 4 property. Next slide, please. As shown on the screen, the applicant, which is the city's Facilities Maintenance Division, is requesting a zoning map amendment. Next slide, please. Specifically, the request is to change the zoning of the property from R single family residential to PPF, which is our public use, public facilities district. Next slide, please. To orient you to the surrounding context, the site is in a transitional area. It is bordered by single family residential homes zoned R to the north and west, and abuts higher intensity commercial zoning, specifically C1 to the south, and then the Wilbur PDD to the east. Next slide, please. Background, the subject property is about half an acre, and it's located on the east side of Briarcliff Road. The site features the existing fire station number 4 building, which was constructed in 1969 and has been in service for the community for over 50 years. With the new modernized station that is under construction at Crawford and Markley, this site and this fire station is soon to be decommissioned for the new constructed fire station. Next slide, please. The nature of this particular request, anticipating this decommissioning, the applicant proposes to adaptively reuse the building, the former fire station, or the current fire station number 4 as it is, building to serve as an operations hub and maintenance facility. Because public works maintenance facilities are not permitted use in the existing R district, shifting the zoning to PPF is the required first step. It should also be noted that if the property is to be rezoned and approved here today, the applicant will still be required to submit a conditional use permit that would be reviewed by the Planning Commission through a public hearing process. Next slide, please. The zoning ordinance of the PPF district, evaluating the existing site in accordance to the PPF bulk regulations, the property meets all the requirements for lot area, width, setbacks. The only exception is the public use district requires a lot depth of 150 feet, and the existing lot depth, which in this case is the east-west dimension, is 136 feet. This is a pre-existing nonconformity which does not preclude the rezoning from moving forward, but is something to be aware of. Next slide, please. Now we're going to get into the statutory criteria for rezoning applications. The first criteria is sustainability of the site for development, and the existing property is no longer suitable for development under the existing residential zoning. The building features large apparatus bays as well as commercial grade infrastructure and is fundamentally incompatible with traditional single-family residential occupancy without extensive remodeling or demolition. Conversely, the site is inherently suited for the municipal uses accommodated in the public use district. Next slide. Looking at the neighborhood character. Applying the public use district establishes a logical low-impact buffer between the commercial uses and the residential properties in the neighborhood. Historically, adjacent properties have coexisted with 24-hour active a fire station, and the applicant states that transforming this particular property to a maintenance facility will replace unpredictable emergency responses with standard daytime business activities and shifts. Next slide, please. Looking at the public utilities, because the building is operated as a municipal facility for over 5 decades, it already has fully integrated utilities on site, such as sanitary sewer, water, storm, drainage infrastructure, and the existing infrastructure will not place any undue burden on the public infrastructure as it is today. Next slide, please. Streets and traffic. Traffic access to the site will continue to be provided via the established driveways, which are off of Briarcliff, as well as Marymount. The transition replaces the safety hazards associated with high-speed emergency vehicles and routine traffic patterns that are typical of civic uses that the public use district would permit. And the adjacent street network is adequately sized to handle the proposed traffic and operational impacts that will further be evaluated during a conditional use permit review for the maintenance facility. Next slide, please. Conformance with the comprehensive plan. This request is in conformance with the comprehensive plan. The future land use map designates this property as public, semi-public, and the public use district is the specific regulatory tool designed to accommodate this designation. Therefore, no amendment to the plan is required. Additionally, adaptive reusing of existing buildings satisfy the comprehensive plan's criteria by preserving the established physical scale of the neighborhood while providing a transitional buffer from the commercial properties in the area and the existing residential neighborhoods. Next slide. So you have options for your actions that are outlined on page 4 of your staff report. The Planning Commission held a public hearing on this item on April 7th and voted 7-0 to recommend approval. The 14-day statutory protest period has expired with no protest petition received. Based on the Planning Commission's findings, staff recommends that the City Commission approve Ordinance number 26-11282, and we would answer any questions that you might have.
What type of repair would be envisioned occurring here?
Yes, do we have?
Sorry, my thing was off. What type of repair would be envisioned occurring here?
Yeah, so the applicant is our maintenance facilities division, which is a division of Parks and Rec, but they are tasked with going to the different various city facilities and doing things like building maintenance, parks maintenance, things like that. So it's not like street maintenance, it's more building structural maintenance type items.
So this would be their headquarters to leave there to go out to do maintenance elsewhere, as opposed to bringing vehicles and who knows what else in to be fixed at that location?
Yeah, so there's a couple of things with this. One, the specific proposal here today is to rezone it to a public use district so it could be used for a public government facility. There are a list of permitted uses that are included in that, including fire stations, law enforcement centers, neighborhood centers, community centers, things like that. Conditional uses, one of the conditional uses that is allowed would be the maintenance facility. So your actions here today do not directly allow the maintenance facility, but what it does is it enables the applicant to submit a conditional use permit application to the Planning Commission for them to hold a public hearing for that maintenance facility. So that's one point of clarification. Second point of clarification is that from my understanding, the location would be kind of a hub for the maintenance facility workers to report to work, to have their vehicles in which they would dispatch to the various facilities where their maintenance is being conducted day to day. So depending on the day where they're going, this would be the local headquarters, and they would dispatch throughout the city to our various facilities for those maintenance items. Did that answer your question?
It does. I mean, I can't prejudge the
right. That's
use.
That's the tricky part with this. Because it's a conditional use item, we're not really reviewing that piece, but nonetheless, it is in the background of the request that we're dealing with.
Right, because, you know, in my mind, I mean, you've done due diligence in deciding if this could be done, you know, it's legal, it makes sense, it's past the hurdles. I'm having trouble getting past the should part of the
right
argument, because it's still a residential neighborhood, and it's
correct.
I mean, that is the lowest profile commercial district across the street from it that probably there is in town. It's, I mean, it says commercial, but I mean, it functions like a residential area.
Yeah, so I understand the dilemma, and so I think if I could advise your thoughts, what you would want to look at is what are the permitted uses, or what is the nature of the public use district aside from the conditional use permit, and is that acceptable? So we can review what those land use categories are, if you'd like. So in your staff report through the Planning Commission, we do have the listed ordinance uses in there. So 1 would be like animal shelter, 2 would be aquatic centers or spray parks, 3 would be community center, 4 would be community garden, 5 would be dog park, 6 would be fire station, 7 would be golf courses, 8 would be government buildings and offices, 9 would be indoor recreation centers, 10 would be libraries, 11 would be neighborhood centers, 12 would be public parks and playgrounds, 13 would be pump station wells, 14 is accessory or temporary uses permitted in Article 4 of the zoning regulations. Number 15 would be signs permitted in Article 10 of the zoning regulations, and 16 would be off-street parking and loading that would be required. So those would be the permitted uses. So your action today, if you were to approve the rezoning request, those would be the permitted uses by right. In addition to that, there's a list of conditional uses, which is athletic stadiums, cemeteries, jails and other detention facilities, public arenas, public works and public utilities, maintenance facilities and yards, which is what's being proposed eventually, 6 sanitary landfills, utility substations, water towers, wastewater treatment plants, water treatment plants, wireless communication facilities, and zoos. So those would be the uses that would be potential through a conditional use permit that would require a public hearing with the Planning Commission. So I don't know if that helps give you
So those
guidance.
who would be directly impacted by that would then have their day to comment at the hearing on none.
Right, so any of the permitted uses would not require a public hearing with any of the neighbors. Any of the conditional uses, which the maintenance facility would require a public hearing with the Planning Commission, and there would be public notification to the surrounding properties for that action.
I would think that most activity would be kind of between that 8 to 5 weekdays. Seems to me it'd be less disruptive than a fire station with a fire engine going out at 2 in the morning. And
Although people don't mind fire trucks because it might be their house that's on fire one night, and they put up with that, I think.
And Commissioner Davis, I just explaining my little bit of outburst there. Earlier, we were looking at one of the equal uses was Roseland across the street. And when you were talking about the amount of activity, anyway, my mind went to a bad place for a moment. I wasn't laughing at the question. I was laughing at the analogy, thinking to the south. There's not much activity typically in the graveyard.
Certainly not from the residents.
The the question I have is it says utility maintenance facilities and yards, and the ground to the, what direction would that be of this? We do not own the vacant lot, correct?
To the south, the C1 property, we do not own that now.
So when I hear yard, I think of storage, and that's the part that would bother me, is obviously that wouldn't fit in with the neighborhood. So basically, we would just be looking at, it'd have to be a maintenance facility, so vehicles would pull in, pull out, and there really wouldn't be a type of a room there for really storage of stuff. So that's what kind of would
I wouldn't
bother me.
anticipate we'd have any outdoor storage. There
Right.
would be some stuff inside.
Right.
If there
That's
was
what I mean.
outdoor storage, or if that was something that facilities wanted to do, it would certainly be, we'd build the fences.
Fences
we would
and
block
stuff,
it off
that's the
from
way I would,
neighborhood.
yeah.
We wouldn't just we're not just going to plop stuff on the driveways there for sure.
Could you back a slide up to get an aerial photo, Scott?
And
Please.
Commissioners, I did just want to point out that irrespective of the zoning aspect, this is kind of a critical need that we have, because currently our facilities is operating out of a 2-car garage over at General Services, and we're storing enormous amounts of equipment in Memorial Hall. Now, Memorial Hall has been with us for a long time and not changed, but that could change very quickly, and we quite simply would have no place to move all the things that facilities utilize as Memorial Hall. This is, if you approve this, this would allow us to get facilities, a facility which would allow them to install a lot of that needed equipment out there in the large base at a fraction of the cost. If we were to build such a facility from scratch, it would be much, much more expensive. As such, being able to transition from the fire department to the facilities will cost a very, very, very small fraction of what the cost would be in order to build a new facilities building.
Kind of highlight the geographical area. It's kind of hard to see on the aerial photo, but you do have the property lines represented in the orange lines there. That would be the boundaries of the facility that's being requested for rezoning. And again, any type of conditional use permit, which the maintenance facility would require a site plan and development plan that has to be reviewed by the Planning Commission through the public hearing process, which we're not to that point yet, so we don't have that information.
I would make a motion.
We need public comment first.
Okay.
Any other questions for Mr. Hers? If not, I open it up to public comment. Is there anyone that would like to comment on this issue? Okay, if not, I will bring it back to the commission for action.
I'd like to make a motion that we go with the staff's recommendation, or the recommendation of the Planning Commission, ordinance number 26-11282, rezoning lots 3 and 4, Block 7 of the Rolling Hills addition from R, single-family residential, to P-PF, public use-public facilities district.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second concurring with the zoning request, ordinance number 26-11282, rezoning lots 3 and 4, block 7 of Rolling Hills addition from R, single-family residential, to P-PF, public use, public facilities. May we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Ivy?
Aye.
Commissioner Lankowitz?
Aye.
Commissioner Rem?
Aye.
Mayor Hoppick?
Aye. That item passes 5-0. That brings us to item 6.2.
Item 6.2, consider approval of ordinance number 26-11281, rezoning lots 1 through 8, block 1 of the replat of 9 South Edition from C3 Shopping Center to PC5 Planned Service Commercial.
Okay, it's one of those days. I'm going to turn it over to Vice Mayor Ivy.
Okay. You guys have an updated copy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nikki.
All right, we'll move on to the other Dustin.
Yep. Taking turns today. All right, good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners.
Mayor's not here. Item 6.2 on today's agenda is application number ZMA 26-001, filed by Jeff Mays on behalf of 9 South Development, LLC. This is a request for a zoning map amendment from C3 to PC5 for an 8.31 acre tract of land at the 9 South addition on the east side of South 9th Street. Approval of this item would adopt ordinance number 26-11281. And we can go to the next, on the agenda here. So today's presentation will cover the following. We'll do an application overview, some background on the property, the nature of the request, the applicable rezoning criteria, and staff's analysis, the Planning Commission's recommendation, and the Commission's action options and staff recommendation. So next slide. So this application was filed by Jeff Mays of Compro Realty on behalf of 9 South Development, LLC. The request is to rezone the 8.3 acre 9 South addition from C3 shopping center to PC5, which is a planned service commercial. The property is located on the east side of Marketplace, which was the South 9th Street frontage road between Marketplace Apartments and to the north and Sam's Club to the south. And the legal description is lots 1 through 8, block 1 of the replat 9 South edition. Next slide. And so here's an aerial view of the request area, and the site that's highlighted in yellow is the 9 South edition. You can see its position along the frontage road. There's Marketplace directly to the west, and the residential neighborhood directly to the east along Highland Avenue. Next slide. So looking at the surrounding zoning, to the north we have R3 and the Marketplace Apartments. To the south is PC3, so it's planned commercial, which includes Sam's Club and the multi-tenant commercial area. To the west across South 9th Street is C5 zoning with restaurants and commercial uses, and to the east is R2, an established single-family residential neighborhood along Highland Avenue. The eastern boundary of the request area is where much of today's case analysis focuses on. Next slide. So a little background here. This property was commonly known as the former Dooley Pumpkin Patch, annexed in 1971, and it sat unplatted and zoned agriculture for nearly 5 decades. 9 South Development purchased it in 2017, and the City Commission rezoned it from A1 to C3 by ordinance number 18-10926 in January of 2019. The original 4-lot plat was approved in December of 2018, and all public infrastructure, the Marketplace extension, water, sewer, and the stormwater detention pond has since been completed. More recently, the Planning Commission approved a replat in December of 2024 that reconfigured the subdivision into 8 lots with 2 common access drives named Reserves A and B. The City Commission then accepted the revised easement dedications on that replat at its November 24th, 2025 meeting. So the replat is recorded and the subdivision is ready to develop. What's before you today is establishing a zoning that will govern how the development proceeds based on some specific needs that they have for that development. So next slide. So this is the recorded replat. It's pretty hard to see up on a screen like this, but I'm going to get to some graphics that are easier to see. There are 8 lots here with 2 common access drive reserved for reserves A and B, and then there's a very small reserve C, which is a small common area tract along the west boundary. And just to give you a heads up on this is turned 90 degrees, so north is actually to your left, and this is just to fit it on the slides better. So I'm going to give you a heads up. There's a few slides that have it like this so we can see it. We can go to the next slide. So this is the platted lot layout with some markups here to make it a little bit easier to see. So this annotated version makes the lot configuration a little bit easier to read. And the lots highlighted in yellow, lots 3, 5, and 8 are the 3 interior lots that are the focus of this application. I mean, the entire subdivision is the request area that would be rezoned, but a lot of the drivers for this rezoning come from those lots. Rather than fronting on Marketplace, these lots are served by an internal access drive, which was approved by the Planning Commission as a variation from the subdivision regulations. That configuration is important to understand for all three pieces of this request. Go to the next slide. This is the same lot layout. There's just a few extra labels here. You can see the reserves labeled. Reserves A and B, those are those gray vertical strips there. And Reserve C is a small piece right down at the bottom center that has a red circle around it. That's the future location of a sign that's part of this, it's kind of at the core of this request. So next slide. So there are three components to this application. First is the rezoning itself to PC5, which is being requested primarily to allow the sign regulations of the underlying C5 district. The applicant wants to have a shared multi-tenant sign on Reserve C to serve the interior lots, which would give them a sign out along the road. Because that sign would be located on a separate tract from the business it advertises, it qualifies as an off-premise advertising sign under Section 42-506. And off-premise signs are prohibited in C3, but they are permitted in C5 under Section 42-522. So PC5 with the C5 zoning district as the underlying zoning district is the mechanism that would allow that sign to be placed there. The second piece is that the applicant is requesting full relief from the front yard landscaping requirements for lots 3, 5, and 8. And third, the applicant is requesting full relief from the 15-foot landscape buffer that is required when a commercial property abuts a residential property. So this would be, in the case of this plat, it would be along the eastern boundary of the 9 South Addition. The landscaping relief components can only be granted through the planned commercial ordinance under Section 42-409.7, which is why the PC5 rezoning is the vehicle for all three requests here. Next slide. So the highlighted areas on this graphic show where the landscaping variations are being requested. So those reddish areas. So up along the top, that's actually the east boundary of the subdivision. And then down towards the middle, that would be where the front yard landscaping would typically be required for a lot. It's where it has frontage on the street. The front yard relief applies to those internal drive frontages for lots 3, 5, and 8 only. And the rear landscape buffer relief applies along the entire east boundary of those same lots where the development abuts the residential properties on Highland Avenue. Next slide. On the zoning districts, the existing C3 district is designed for a broad range of retail shopping facilities with a minimum district size of 1 acre. And the proposed PC5 uses C5 as the underlying district, service commercial, which is designed for businesses that draw customers from highway and arterial traffic. Under sections 42-409.6 and 42-409.7, uses and restrictions in a planned commercial district follow the underlying classification unless the approving ordinance modifies them. Importantly, staff is recommending that C3 use and bulk limitations would apply to this development, meaning that the practical profile of the development of this site wouldn't change substantially from what it's currently zoned and would allow. So this proposal or this request, it wouldn't intensify the actual development that occurs on it. Next slide. So section 4225 of the zoning regulations sets out criteria the commission should consider when acting on a rezoning request. These are the character of the neighborhood, the suitability of the property under existing zoning for development, availability of public facilities and services, conformance with the comprehensive plan, and any other relevant factors. A comprehensive analysis of all 5 criteria is provided in the Planning Commission staff report that's attached to your packet today. And I think that's attachment number 4 in today's packet. So I'll summarize the key points here of our analysis. On the character of the neighborhood, the property sits within the established South 9th Street commercial corridor, flanked by commercial uses on 3 sides. With C3 use limitations applied, the use profile is consistent with the surrounding commercial area. C3 use and bulk limitations applied. One sensitive boundary is the east boundary where the property abuts R2 residential development, and that transition is addressed through the buffer and the screening conditions that we'll get to shortly. On suitability under existing zoning, C3 already permits all of the uses the applicant intends to have in the development, which include restaurants, retail, and professional offices. The only thing C3 can't accommodate is the off-premise identification sign for the interior lots, and the sign constraint is what's driving this application. PC5 zoning with those C5 sign regulations solves that problem without changing the profile of the development. Next slide. On public utilities and services, all infrastructure is already in place: water, sewer, the marketplace extension, curb cuts on South 9th, and the stormwater detention facility. There's no change in use intensity and no additional infrastructure demand. On the comprehensive plan conformance, the future land use map designates this property for commercial use, and PC5 is consistent with that. South 9th Street is identified as a key commercial corridor. And the development's design, the shared access drives, cross-access easements, and interior circulation is consistent with the comprehensive plan's development criteria for commercial areas. The transition to the east is addressed by the conditions of approval. So next slide. So now we'll get into the landscape variations. Those fall under factor 5 of those 5 criteria, or 5 criteria that should be considered, which is the all other relevant factors. So as I mentioned, the applicant requested full relief from the front yard landscaping requirements on lots 3, 5, and 8, and full relief from the 15-foot rear landscape buffer along the east boundary. So the applicant's stated site hardships are, first, that the 50-foot right-of-way dedication required for the marketplace extension reduced the developable depth of the interior lots. Second, this is a single frontage infill site with without additional abutting streets or alternate access points. And the applicant's position is that a combination of front yard and rear buffer requirements, when applied together to the interior lots, makes reasonable development of these parcels impractical. Next slide. So this brings the request area, the variation request area, back into view. Just bring it back around to look back at those. The area in the cloud outlines on the east side of these lots where the buffer relief is being requested. And the outlines along the access drive frontages show the front yard relief areas. Next slide. So to help illustrate the applicant's stated hardship, they submitted development exhibits showing Lot 5, one of the interior lots, under 2 different scenarios. The red box here shows you which lot we're looking at. So on the left is that plot layout, and then on the right is just a blown up version of, or blown up graphic of Lot 5 based on the plat. You can go to the next slide. So on the left is what the applicant submitted as Exhibit 1, and on the right is Exhibit 2. So Exhibit 1 shows the lot developed with approximately a 5-foot landscape buffer inside the east property line. This doesn't show property lines very well, but we are essentially looking at that middle back lot that was highlighted in yellow. This is a conceptual drawing. It's not proposed plans, but the gray area would be a building. Green is landscape islands, and the strip that runs vertically, both there on the left side and over on the far right, would be the east property line. So it's 2 different landscape buffer strips. So Exhibit 1, shows the 5-foot buffer. On the right, that shows a full 15-foot width buffer. That also shows a full front yard landscaping. So you have the building in the middle. To the left is like full front yard landscaping requirement, and the rear has a full 15-foot. So the building in Exhibit 1 has a depth of approximately 56.5 feet and a total footprint of about 12,845 square feet. And under full landscape compliance in Exhibit 2, the building depth shrinks to approximately 50 feet deep, and the footprint drops to approximately 11,500 square feet. So again, these are conceptual drawings. They're not the proposed plans. It was just illustrative of what the applicant sees as the constraint that they're dealing with. You can go to the next slide. So Staff met with 2 neighboring property owners ahead of the Planning Commission meeting. Glenn Boyd, who owns 2824 Highland Avenue, which abuts the eastern boundary, met with staff on March 30th. His concerns centered around the impact of eliminating the rear buffer, heat island effects from parking adjacent to his yard, increased noise, car lighting from vehicles navigating the parking area, and the relatively shallow rear yard depth of the Highland Avenue lots, which reduces the effective separation between the residences and any future paved surfaces. Dale Merklin, representing Gene Pauls at 2820 Highland Avenue, met with staff on April 3rd. He emphasized that the buffer requirement exists for a reason, that a vegetative buffer provides more than just visual screening, and that the increased impervious surface at the rear of the lots he was concerned that the increased impervious surface at the rear of the lots could worsen stormwater drainage into neighboring properties. Both individuals also appeared and spoke for the Planning Commission hearing on April 7th, and the staff's summary of the meetings with them are included in the packet today. Next slide. So the Planning Commission recommendation. Planning Commission held a public hearing on April 7th and voted 7-0 to recommend approval of the request. The recommendation did not grant the full landscape relief the applicant had originally requested. Instead, they arrived at a compromise on the rear landscape buffer. On the front yard, full relief was granted for lots 3, 5, and 8, consistent with the applicant's request. And on the rear buffer, rather than full relief, the Commission recommended reducing the required buffer width from 15 feet to 6 feet, with columnar evergreen trees planted or plantings required within that buffer, and a 6-foot privacy fence to be installed along the east property boundary of those lots in accordance with section 42-286-5. The 14-day protest period has expired and no protest petition was received. Next slide. So the Planning Commission's recommendation is subject to 8 conditions of approval. The first 5 are on this slide. So conditions 1 and 2 would lock in the development profile of that's consistent with the C3 district. So bulk regulations and uses are limited to those in the C3 district. Use limitations under section 42-286 apply, and parking garages and lots are added as a permitted use to preserve flexibility for lot 8 in the development. So parking garages and lots does come from the C5 district. Condition 3 governs signage. So C3 sign regulations would apply across the board, with the one exception being allowing the off-premise advertising sign as a permitted use on Reserve C, which is limited to serving lots 3, 5, and 8 only. Conditions 4 and 5 carry forward the screening and lighting requirements consistent with the C3 district standards. Next slide. So conditions 6 through 8 address the site development plan process. Because the applicant requested deferred site plan approval, meaning the plans will be submitted on a lot-by-lot basis as each lot develops. Condition 6 requires Planning Commission approval of each individual site plan before a building permit can be issued. Condition 7 is where the landscape modifications are codified. So full front yard relief for lots 3, 5, and 8, and the 6-foot rear landscape buffer with columnar evergreens and the 6-foot screening fence for those lots along the eastern boundary. And condition 8 requires that all development conform to the approved site plans that would be approved by the Planning Commission as part of the planned commercial site development plan process. Next slide. So in consideration of this request, the Commission has 5 options. The first is to approve ordinance number 26-11281 as recommended by the Planning Commission, which requires 3 affirmative votes. The second is to approve the ordinance with modifications to the conditions, also requiring 3 affirmative votes. Third, the Commission could return the item to the Planning Commission with its stated reasons for disagreement, again requiring 3 votes. Fourth, postponement to a future meeting if you feel that additional information is necessary. And fifth would be denial of the ordinance, which requires 4 affirmative votes and would require the Commission to adopt alternate findings. Next slide. So staff recommends approval of ordinance number 26-11281 as option 2. So just to bring it to your attention, we did provide you with a revised ordinance. There was one small change that I noticed a couple of words had been dropped out or had not made it into the ordinance, and those are on the second page, about halfway down, on condition number 2. And it previously read the C3 district use limitations shall apply, and the revision was to add the words and bulk regulations. And each of those use limitations and bulk regulations includes a parenthetical code citation there. So the full condition 2 would be the C3 district use limitations, section 42-286, and bulk regulations, section 42-285 shall apply. And that concludes staff's presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Mickelson.
One question, I think I have this understood. From the residential owner's side of the property line, they would see first the 6-foot fence.
Yes.
Then the tall columnar trees on the other side of the fence.
Correct.
And there'd be 6 feet between that fence and whatever else is in the development.
That's correct. Yeah. Okay. So it'd be 6 foot wide.
Any other questions?
The Planning Commission covered me.
Okay. Any comments from the public? Seeing none, we'll bring this up for action.
Mr. Vice Mayor, I move that the City Commission approve ordinance number 26-11281, rezoning lots 1 through 8, Block 1 of the replat of 9 South Edition from C3 Shopping Center to PC5 Planned Service Commercial.
Second.
Did they want the recommendation of number 2 action item?
That was, the recommendation would be actually to use option 2. If you are okay with the revision to the ordinance, I could explain that if the significance of that if needed. The bulk regulations are essentially side setbacks and rear setbacks. Without that addition to the ordinance that says bulk regulations, that would effectively allow C5 setbacks, and C5 does not have side or rear setbacks. So the intent was to keep it consistent with C3 as far as where the buildings are placed and the setbacks.
Yeah, I think if you're okay with the amendment that was presented, if you just said as proposed or something like that, or just add to as proposed by staff and the amendment.
It's no problem for me to make a new motion. I can.
Yeah, either way.
I'll do that. Mr. Vice Mayor, I move that the City Commission concurs with the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission ordinance number 26-11281, rezoning lots 1 through 8, Block 1 of the replat of 9 South Edition from C3 Shopping Center to PC5 Planned Service Commercial should be approved. This action would require 3. I think I read the wrong thing again. What's the addendum I need to add to this?
I just think, I believe you can just say your motion is to adopt 26-11281 as presented by staff today at the meeting.
That'll work. Yeah. So as presented by staff.
Second.
With the Planning Commission recommendations, correct? Is the way it was presented.
That's the way the staff presented it, so that was stated.
Just want to make sure it's clear.
That was stated in the, we concur with their findings.
Yeah.
So I think we covered that. And my apologies for that misread. So we're squared away now.
It's been moved and seconded that the City Commission approve ordinance number 26-11281 with modifications as presented by staff. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
This one needs a roll call vote.
I'm sorry, ordinance. I have it written right here too. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Lankowitz?
Aye.
Commissioner Rep?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Ivy?
Aye. Okay, this passes 4-0, and maybe the mayor can straighten us all up when he gets back.
Yeah, maybe so.
Okay, thank you. That will bring us to item 6.3.
Item 6.3, consider approval of ordinance number 26-11283, amending the Wilbur Planned Development District on the east side of Crawford Place to allow for SRH advisors to construct a new office building.
Mr. Hers, you're up again.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. This item is 6.3, and it is application PPDD 26001, which is a request submitted by Charles Renz of JGR Architects on behalf of SRH Advisors. Next slide, please. So the applicant is seeking approval of an amendment to the existing Wilbur PDD, which is the Wilbur Planned Development District Ordinance. This action would clear the way for a new professional office building on a 1.6 acre tract of land that has historically sat vacant near the corner of Crawford Place and Crawford Street, shown outlined in blue on the aerial photo there. Next slide, please. Looking at the surrounding area, the site acts as a transitional node between different land uses. To the west, you have the established commercial elements of the Wilbur PDD. To the north, you have R1 single-family zoning, which is the yellow area to the north. To the south, you have the Hillcrest Apartments that is zoned R3. And then to the east, you have the Brookdale Senior Living facility, which is also zoned R3. Next slide, please. Quick background, the Wilbur PDD was originally approved in 1983 and to balance commercial opportunities and to preserve nearby residential neighborhoods. It functions under a hybrid set of rules, meaning that it allows a custom list of commercial uses, but subjects these uses to stricter physical design regulations of the C2 shopping or neighborhood shopping district to minimize impacts on the surrounding neighborhood homes and properties. Next slide, please. The 1.62 acre tract has remained vacant the entire time of the Wilbur PDD's existence. So since 1983, it has remained vacant. Next slide. The nature of this afternoon's request is quite specific. SRH Advisors is proposing to build a 6,750 square foot office building. This PDD amendment is strictly isolated to these specific vacant parcels. It will not alter any of the existing regulations of or approved plans of the rest of the Wilbur PDD. And the main reason for the proposed amended preliminary PDD is to address proposed variations to the site, which we will go over a little bit in this presentation. Next slide. The PDD rezoning and final development plan review process. To provide some context to where we are in the regulatory timeline, the PDD requires 2 steps for approval. Step 1 is what we're dealing with today, and your role as the City Commission is to review the preliminary development plan from a higher level policy perspective and consider the amended ordinance that authorizes the site variations we will discuss. If approved today, the project advances to step 2, which is a final development plan review that would be submitted to the Planning Commission for their review of the detailed plans before a building permit could be issued. Looking at, next slide please, the zoning ordinance requirements. In terms of the Wilbur PDD zoning requirements, the proposed professional office is already an allowed use within the Wilbur PDD. Furthermore, the core physical requirements, things like lot coverage, building height, setbacks, and parking, are entirely compliant with the baseline C2 zoning. Again, the reason we are bringing this amendment forward is 4 specific waivers that are custom designed to the site that we'll get into now. Next slide, please. So the applicant is asking for a shift in the required landscape buffer. So along the very north edge of the site plan, which is on the right, you'll see some trees. Typically, the landscape buffer is on the property line. This particular site has a utility easement at the very north end, and the applicant is proposing to shift the landscaping to the south of that utility easement so that there are not conflicts with the existing utilities and the routes and plantings that are being proposed. Second, rather than installing a 6-foot screening fence along the east boundary, which they share with the nursing home to the east, they're proposing a 15-foot buffer with landscape plantings rather than a solid screening fence. They believe that that is more aesthetic and more in character with the surrounding neighborhood. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry, go back. I got ahead of myself. So the third and fourth waivers, the third waiver is a waiver to the strict requirement of the front yard landscaping. So typically, landscaping is required in the front yard area, which is the front 25 feet along a street frontage. Here we have 2 street frontages. In this case, we have Crawford Place and Crawford Street. And the applicant is, instead of just having the front 25 feet be the landscape area, they're requesting that the front landscape area be defined as the area between the building and the street frontage. Lastly, because this is a corner lot with 2 frontages, they're requesting an allowance of 3 signs rather than the standard 2 that the C2 district limits properties to. Next slide, please. Getting into the state statute zoning criteria, when we evaluate the suitability of the site, the property is physically and legally suitable for the proposed office, professional office, with lot coverage sitting at just over 12% and roughly 60% of the lot remaining as green space. The proposed development is a low density development that won't overwhelm the property. Next slide. Character of the neighborhood. A professional office is one of the more harmonious uses that could be placed here because it operates almost exclusively during standard business hours. It doesn't generate late night traffic noise or light glare that you might see with heavier retail or restaurant type uses, thereby respecting the neighboring residences around this particular property. Next slide, please. Public utilities, storm drainage and services. There are existing sanitary sewer, water, and underground storms in this area, and the proposed building would not undermine or overly burden the existing infrastructure. Next slide, please. Street and traffic. For site access, all traffic entering and exiting the site would be from a 26-foot wide driveway off of Crawford Place, shown on the site plan there. The no formal traffic study was required. Public Works team did do a thorough review of the circulation plan and confirm that no operational safety concerns would be in place based on the proposed site plan that the applicant is bringing forward. Slide 16, next slide, please. Conformance with the comprehensive plan. The project directly aligns with the comprehensive plan, which designates this particular area as part of the neighborhood center zoning or land use category. By utilizing the existing commercial area at the intersection and introducing a small scale structure with high quality materials, the applicant fulfills the city's long range vision for transitional commercial design in this area. Next slide, please. The Planning Commission conducted their technical review of the proposed development plan at their April 7th Planning Commission meeting. To give context to the proposed PDD, we're sharing some renderings to help tell the story of what SRH Advisors is proposing. The applicant is proposing a modern aesthetic featuring blonde limestone veneer, varying shades of brick face, and architectural metal panels. This particular rendering is the south elevation, so this would be facing Crawford Street. Next slide, please. This also is facing Crawford Street, but from a little bit different view. You can see the mixture of the limestone, the blonde brick, and then the charcoal brick, and also the architectural panels and glass framed windows there. Next slide, please. This is the west elevation. So this would be, if you're looking at it from the existing Wilbur PDD. Next slide, please. Again, another west elevation. And then you can see the architectural paneling on the left side, and then the limestone on the right, the more tan color there. Next slide, please. And this is the last elevation, again showing the mixture of materials and the proposed facade of the building. Next slide. So to wrap up, the Planning Commission held a public hearing on April 7th and voted 7-0 to recommend approval of this preliminary PDD and the requested variations subject to 4 standard conditions, which you can find on page 5 of your report. And the 14-day protest period has expired without petitions, so the item is now before you for final consideration. Staff would recommend that the City Commission approve ordinance number 26-11283, approving the amended preliminary development plan and the requested variations. We'll take any questions that you might have.
I don't have a question, but I want to compliment you on the design and layout of the slides. I mean,
well, thank you.
It's a very easy way to follow this type of an item on the agenda. It's
well, I appreciate the compliment. Thank you.
You've set the bar high.
Any other questions or comments? Would the applicant like to say anything? You don't have to. You're good? Okay. Well, this land sat vacant for a long time, and it's exciting to see a new, wonderful facility like this to go in. I think it'll, to me anyway, I'm only one person, I think it blends in well with the area and be a real asset to that area. So, any comments or questions from the public on this? Okay, if not, we'll bring it back to the commission for action.
I'll try a motion this time. I think the wording is a little funny again, but I would make a motion that we concur and go with the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission, ordinance number 26-11283, approving the amended preliminary development plan and requested variations.
Second.
We have a motion and a second concurring with the findings and recommendation of the Planning Commission, ordinance number 26-11283, approving the amended preliminary development plan and requested variations. May we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Ivey?
Aye.
Commissioner Linkwitz?
Aye.
Commissioner Remp?
Aye.
Mayor Hoppick?
Aye. That item passes 5-0. Congratulations, and we look forward to seeing construction begin. Okay, that will bring us to other business. I will look to my fellow commissioners to see if anyone has an item they would like to bring before the commission.
I have 2. One is more a question, and if I submitted it to the city manager attorney and got an answer, I haven't read it, I apologize. But a little over a week ago, I'm assuming all 5 of us got requests from Joshua Barnhart to answer some questions about proceedings for the animal shelter, and I responded to him. I wasn't going to really answer it because I didn't know if that would be tantamount to a Kansas open meetings violation. You know, it's not like a campaign where you can have people expressing their views, but if all of us were to express views on something that we are going to take up in a meeting, it seemed an inappropriate place to conduct our business.
I apologize. I don't recall seeing that matter or reviewing it, so I'm not prepared to talk to
and I may not have
sent it. You know, I don't see that there's any concern with you responding to an email from Joshua Barnhart just like you would any other citizen. So there is no concern with you as long as you don't copy the rest of the commission on when you send that email back.
Well, if all 5 of us,
you all 5 received it, but if you all 5 copied each other on it, then that would be an interactive meeting, a serial meeting, and would violate the Kansas Open Meetings laws.
now
but
if we read each other's comments in the paper.
I see where you're. I follow your train of thought. I am not familiar with any Attorney General's opinion directly on point, whether or not all the majority. And I believe that other places, a majority of a governing body have all commented to the media on the same matter. So I'm confident that's happened other places and never been found. But I am also, I haven't reviewed it specifically, so I'm a little, but my thought would be that would be okay.
Okay. And because it seems like our comments can be taken verbatim with recordings, I actually prepared just a short remark, and it does have something to do with the animal shelter issues. You probably all get little advertisements on the phone when you look up stuff on Google. But there's one little thing that I can't seem to get rid of, but it comes up with famous quotations. And this one was by Aristotle, and it reads, "Anybody can become angry. That is easy, but to be angry with the right person, and to the right degree, and at the right time, and for the right purpose, and in the right way, that is not within everybody's power and is not easy." There are a few of you who are angry that the City Commission has not jumped and acted impulsively to do something or anything. What may seem like inactivity or lack of responsiveness is far from that. We are listening, and we are very concerned. We need to explore to what extent efficiency at the animal shelter is affected by people, process, procedure, training, facilities, the animal services side, the adoption side, finance, regulations, personalities, public demands for services, or something not yet identified. Before we apply a fix, we need to identify the target. Open discussion, such as facilitated dialogue, akin to our strategic planning sessions, is strongly urged before we try to fix some things that might not be as broken as whisperers would claim. We have the talent in our continuous process improvement department to lead such a discussion, and at some point I would suggest we take advantage of our in-house talent so that we can better refine what our real issues are. Thank you. Done.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else?
Well, I'm going to backtrack on that a little bit. A month and a half-ish ago, I suggested we start a RFP process to at least take a look at options on the shelter. I know in talking to Mr. Wood, he says if we were ever going to do it, now would be a good time. The shelter is having a hard time even keeping the lights on. They're having a hard time keeping the doors open. And in the meantime, the animals aren't getting the time and attention, the care that they need due to minimal staff and minimal volunteers. And I just don't know why it would hurt to take a look at proposals like I saw an email approximately a week ago where Mayor Kim Hill presented half a dozen different options besides Prairie Paws. I know Prairie Paws you have publicly stated as a no-go. But if we're really going to listen to the community, this is not a small issue. And if we really want to take a look at a fix, because whether or not we have the talent internally is still a question mark with me. But in the meantime, why would we not take a look at some of the entities or do an RFP process and take a look at what our options might be? At this point in time, it has to be taken up a significant amount of time from city staff. And in the meantime, the animals are, I just don't think they're getting the care. The end goal, if the animals are adoptable, would be to get them out of the shelter But if the shelter looks like it's closed and perhaps the doors are locked when people pulled up, I don't know how we could accomplish that mission of rehoming the animals that are being held. I just don't, I'd like to see a sense of urgency from the city, and thus far, I think we've had very little besides looking at a consultant to come in.
I have some answers, but go ahead.
I was just, well, one, are we barely keeping the lights on? And two, do we have any open hours at the shelter?
We do have open hours. We are open by appointment during the week, and then we have shelter hours on Friday and Saturday.
I follow the animal shelter page, and there's been numerous, I don't know if you do, Mr. Commissioner Ramp, but there's been numerous adoptions recently. If you look, there's been a significant number. So it's not like it's closed and we're not doing anything. I guess your urgency is not maybe my urgency. I'm looking for a long-term solution. I'm not looking for a knee-jerk reaction. I'm looking for a long-term solution. I don't think you ever heard me say that I'm not open to privatizing it, but there's a lot goes in. I'm not an animal shelter expert. That's why we're bringing in a third party. I've got a list of 12 questions here that I don't have answers to, and I have to have answers to those before I know whether we even do an RFP for privatization. And I think we've looked, I've had staff look, and we've contacted some places, and they're not interested. So just because we have a list of 6 doesn't mean I have 6 knocking on the door. So I think what we need to do is we need to take the steps, as we talked about. We need to get some things answered. We need to look at intakes. Well, there's a lot of different moving parts on this, and I'm willing to. And I'm a little frustrated that the community is pushing us to do something instead of actually taking time to do the right thing. And so I don't get it. So we're gonna, at least I'll have to look at my fellow commissioners. As far as I'm concerned, we're still gonna go through using the third party to try to get some answers. So I'll look to my other commissioners to see if they feel the same way. We voted on it, and that's.
I feel the same way, and I would just ask if among ourselves, if we could meet again with a facilitator to guide discussion, who has no dog in the race, so to speak, so that we can even formulate good questions for the consultant to answer. Because there are a lot of moving parts. The most simple one is, we have a full-service animal shelter and we run an adoption agency. I have a feeling the complaints may be more on one side than the other. But we provide a lot more services. We're a neighborhood health clinic for animals is what we are. And if we get rid of one little part, we still got to stand up the rest of it. And in the days when the shelter was run the way a lot of people think it ought to be, it was still under government. I hate to use the word control. It was still run by a government agency. So the capacity for it to return to what I'm going to call its glory days exists. I think we just need to chart a careful, deliberate path back there.
Well, and I've got a lot of questions. You talk about the glory days. We kind of get beat up because last year there was 166 euthanasias. I go back to 2013 when Rose Bay said we had 684 euthanasias. Where was everybody then? 466 in 2014, 466 in 2015. I think we as a shelter have tried to do the right things, and I'm not saying we're doing them well all the time, and it may not be perfect, but there's a lot of questions that we still need to answer. And Commissioner, excuse me, Commissioner Ivey?
I mean, how far are we on the
The consultant.
Their consultant.
Yeah, we have a meeting tomorrow with, there were 4 responses, and we've narrowed that down to the one that we think is the right one to go with, and we have a meeting with them to discuss kind of the scope and what their thoughts are. Certainly, circumstances have changed a little bit since we sent the RFP out, so we just need to have a discussion with them about, what their thoughts are and how we move forward. But that's scheduled for tomorrow.
But I like the idea of having a meeting with them and saying, here's some concerns, and hopefully they can help us answer some of those questions.
Well, this is not...
Commissioner Lincoln, let's let Commissioner Lincoln ask.
Excuse me?
I don't have much to add to the conversation other than I think if we want a long-term viable solution, we need an impartial third party to look everything over. And to me, that's just the best approach, and I concur with Commissioner Davis.
We'll
see that by next meeting, or so. Yeah, I mean, at this point, I'd like to hear from the consultant as well.
This is not a recent problem, at least according to documentation I've gotten from citizens. I've seen emails from years ago talking about conditions at the shelter, and we are never going to be animal experts. An animal expert pretty much has to be absorbed in it day in and day out. And maybe we can bring a consultant in that would perhaps coach us on the right questions to ask. But I think it'd be a complete waste of taxpayer money.
Amen. Okay. There's an old saying, very often people don't know what they don't know. And in this situation, I think some guided conversation would help open our eyes to some things that we may not know is the underlying problem. We may find that we're doing a lot of things correctly. But when you say, even this has been an issue for a long time, I'd have to ask you, define this. Because when you come in and talk, have a the consultant wants to know, what is this you're talking about?
I don't have the correspondence with me, but I have correspondence from as many as 3 years ago where it documented talking to Mr. Wood regarding conditions at our shelter.
The conditions aren't as bad as I think some people are led to believe. I mean, could we use a building with 2,000 square feet more? Yeah. There's always going to be a wish list, and there may be reasons why things are a little crowded. But we have to define this, and that's where I think a facilitated, guided discussion amongst us, we can get rid of perceptions and get down to facts.
I'm not against improving the shelter. I mean, things can always be done better. It's just we don't necessarily know what that is, and bringing in, I'm not even 100% opposed against privatizing it. I want to know, as the rest of us, I believe up here, we just want to know the questions, what to ask, and to be told what's wrong by, an unbiased third party that's going to come in.
So, yeah, I think we'd even have to, I think this can help us even if we do an RFP for a third party, what questions we put on that questionnaire for what services we expect. Because I don't know if all private, and I don't know how many there are out there, but if they even do all the services that we currently have. So anyway. Okay, anything else from any of the commissioners? If not, I do have a couple of my items I would like to bring forward as on a positive note. Just recently, you may have seen where we announced that Executive Assistant Holly McGinnis had been awarded the 2026 Nancy Crane Municipal Administrative Professional of the Year Award. We're very proud of her. This is the most prestigious honor presented by the Administrative Assistants of Kansas cities and counties, the AAKC. So congratulations to her, and this nomination highlights her decade-long record of service and leadership with AAKC and her 16-year dedication to the city of Salina. So on behalf of that, congratulations, Holly. Well-deserved.
Amen.
Kind of helps keep us in line, doesn't she?
I'd say take out the helps. It keeps us in line.
One other thing, and I said we'll talk about other organizations. Just recently, the Salina Education Foundation selected its 2026 loan initiative for future teachers recipients, and that you may, if you're involved with that, they use the acronym LIFT. 6 individuals from Salina County receive a $5,000 forgivable loan, and it's good for a maximum of 3 years. And the whole key is to bring local talent back to USD 305. And it's kind of dear to my heart. I was on the Education Foundation when we started this, and we only had money for 1 scholarship or loan. So to be able to see that they're doing 6 now is great, and that's a good thing for USD 305. So
one question that you might know the answer to: when do the wraps come off the?
Oh, yeah. Saturday at 11 o'clock is unveiling a sculpture tour, the 16th year. So that'll be this Saturday at 11 o'clock downtown. So, okay, that will bring us to Citizens Forum. And before we get started, I have a couple comments. One, we have a 3-minute clock that doesn't make a sound. So when 3 minutes hits, I'll try to keep an eye on it. And I will call out time and need you to wrap up your comments within the next 5 to 10 seconds. We've kind of been letting those go long, and it's not fair to allow somebody to go 4 minutes when somebody's tried to keep their comments to 3. So we're going to do that. The other thing is, last meeting, motions got a little out of hand. The demeanor of the public was, in my eyes, not acceptable. So you get your 3 minutes, you come up, you can say what you want, how you want. We don't have to agree with it, that's fine. But if we're disruptive in the audience, we do have an officer here, and we will have you escorted out. We're not going to deal with that anymore. So that was an embarrassment to the community. So okay, here we go. She can leave. Please. We just talked about it. We're not going to. Yes, please. I'm sorry. We will respect you. I expect you guys to respect us also. Okay, with that, we'll open up Citizens Forum.
I'm Christy Dixon Parham from Salina. Before I read what was sent to me by someone, I'd like to address what Dr. Davis said regarding the expertise. You're absolutely correct. There is no expertise in the people running the animal shelter. None. That's like having a podiatrist do your prostate exam, okay? There's no expertise there. Has absolutely no idea what he's doing. Second of all, your records from 2013, regarding Rose Base, that's because we kept records back then. We actually wrote things down. We didn't hide things like they did the last few years, okay? So with that being said, on April 2nd, 7 pit bulls were euthanized at the Salina Animal Shelter. 7 dogs. And I want to be very clear about something right from the start. Sometimes euthanasia is necessary, just like hospice is for people. But that is not the issue here. The issue is whether every realistic, reasonable effort was made before that decision was reached to euthanize those 7 dogs. Because what we are hearing and what needs to be addressed publicly is that the numerous organizations outside of Salina reached out to help. Rescues, groups willing to take these dogs, the 7 dogs that were euthanized. Groups willing to give them another chance, a loving home. Those phone calls were not returned. So I'm asking you plainly and directly, why? Why? Why would a shelter choose euthanasia over a phone call? Why would animals lose their lives when there were organizations willing to step in? Why was the effort not made? Because this doesn't require a new budget. It doesn't require a consult or a consultation. or a third party coming in. It requires basic communication, a return phone call, a simple coordination, a willingness to try. And we already know this wasn't just a one-time failure of effort. Although Andrea Murphy's own emails, we know she declined to participate in something as simple as Featured Animal of the Week with 9 Salina 311, a free platform, a built-in audience, a chance to get animals saved. Were there options truly given? Or were opportunities like this simply free, effective, being ignored because if outreach was happening, if promotion was happening, and even incoming calls were returned, this wouldn't be about capacity, it'd be about effort.
Thank you.
Just for the record, the expertise I was referring to was in-house expertise to lead our discussion. It had nothing to do with... I was talking about leading our discussion. We have tremendous expertise in this building to do that.
Kathy Schwartz, Salina. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. I would like to take this opportunity to introduce to you Rose Bass. In 1986, she was hired as an animal control officer. At that time, the shelter was located at 1960 West Old Highway 40. It had 13 cat cages and 19 dog runs. In 1993, she became the director of the Salina Animal Shelter. Rose pushed to either make the current shelter larger or to build a new one. Since the old shelter had stairs and was not ADA accessible, a new shelter seemed to be the way to go. She visited other shelters to determine what would work and what didn't. Construction began in 1999 and they moved in July of 2000. Rose basically designed the current shelter with architect Warren Ediger. In 2014, Rose retired after 28 years. Does she take the current unorderly, uncoordinated status of the shelter personally? Absolutely. And so do I, and so does Salina. The well-maintained, well-managed shelter no longer exists. I've had the honor and privilege of knowing Rose for over 2 years, when instead of enjoying retirement, she's attempted time and time again to bring problems and her concerns to the attention of the mayor, commissioners, city manager, and Parks and Recreation director, all who have dismissed and ignored her. I joined her cause over 2 years ago, and since then, several others have joined her, each with a special talent that contributes to our petition for a better shelter, as well as healthy and happy animals. Meeting after meeting, you have been made aware of serious concerns and have chosen not to act. This is not an inaction, it is a decision to look the other way, a decision to avoid accountability, a decision that allowed problems to grow unchecked until they have reached catastrophic proportions. If you had listened to us earlier and chose to act, we would not be where we are today. Now we're left hearing explanations, excuses, and carefully crafted statements. If everything was being done properly, if leadership at the shelter truly reflected the standard the city claims to uphold, there would be no secrecy, no delays, no reductions, no need to attempt to hide information that the citizens of Salina, the taxpayers, and donors have the right to know. In the meantime, the animals are suffering the consequences of delayed action, ignored warnings, and decisions made behind closed doors. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Kathy.
Rosemary Mize, Salina, Kansas. I had the opportunity a couple weeks ago to visit Clay Center and Manhattan Shelter. And the one in Clay Center, I was very impressed with it. It is privately owned by 4 stockholders, and they hire 1 director, and he has 3 part-time employees, and the rest are all volunteers. I was very, very impressed with Clay Center's shelter. Immaculate. It's probably as clean as a hospital. And their play area is just fantastic. And I encourage the commissioners maybe to take a run over to Clay Center and Manhattan and talk to these directors that they have there and see how their shelters are run privately. Now, the one in Manhattan is city and Prairie Paws combination, but I was very impressed with what I heard. And the gentleman in Clay Center said that when our shelter was built, it was one of the best built shelters because it had all the filtrations in it that a lot of the shelters do not have. So he was impressed with the way our shelter was built, and so we need to be proud of that part. But I encourage you to go run to Clay Center or Manhattan and talk to these people. And most of all Clay Centers is done by donations. It's pretty much funded by donations throughout the city. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosemary.
Good afternoon, Mayor Hoppick and Commissioners. My name is Anna Cardenas. I live at 319 North Kansas Avenue. I'm here today to report a pattern of unfair leasing practices, financial exploitation, and what I believe is the misuse of local resources to bypass the law. I'm a tax-paying citizen. I work here in Salina. For over a year, I have paid rent to my landlord. Despite my payments, my 7-year-old daughter and I have lived in a home without the option for central heat. As a matter of fact, the gas company removed the gas meter early last year. I have had to chop wood just to keep us warm in a house that I still pay $850 a month for. This isn't just about our safety, it's about the public safety. Last August, a commercial food truck belonging to the property manager was parked in my driveway and caught fire less than 5 feet from my residence, where my pregnant daughter was inside visiting me. Additionally, the city's own GovBuilt records show that the electrical work done on this house in 2025 was completed without any permits or safety inspections. I have that report with me today. Furthermore, when I began asking for safety and transparency, the situation turned into retaliation. On March 16th of 2026, a sheriff's deputy was used to deliver a makeshift eviction notice, only hours after I had had a city code inspector inspect the property. This document didn't come from the court. I believe it was a private letter meant to trick me into leaving so the owner could sell the hazardous property without going through the proper legal channels in Salina County. Finally, when I tried to resolve this through building services, I was handed a letter that essentially bars me from speaking to the regular staff. I was redirected to officials who are currently unavailable. It shouldn't be this hard for a resident to access code enforcement their taxes pay for. I'm going to hand my evidence packet over after this. It contains message evidence, utility records, photos, and the city's no data permit report. My goal today is simple. I'm asking this commission for help and direction on my next moves. I need an investigation into these permit violations and guidance on how to ensure our city's process to protect families like mine, rather than shielding negligent landlords from accountability. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And did you say you had some?
I do. I have.
If you'll hand that over to our legal counsel, please. Yeah. And is your contact information on? Yeah. Thank you. Come on up. Here.
Okay, I'm Lucille Sanderson, Salina. Commissioners, I know why you were discussing this animal shelter. I'm thinking there's cats, there's dogs in those cages thinking, what did I do to become in this cage? I'm not getting the care that I should have gotten. What did I do? They don't understand language. They understand action. Now, the helpers, the workers in the animal shelter don't mean to do this, but they're unhappy. There's fighting, there's aggravation, there's arguing going on. And that transfers to the cats and dogs without realizing it. I'm sure all of you've had pets. If not, I'm sorry. Because your pet always came to you with the tail wagging. Oh, and it gave you kisses unlimited. But you spoke harshly to that animal, and what happened? The tail dropped, and it slucked away. We can't let this happen. I don't know what you're going to do, but you need to somehow quickly arrive at a decision, because what's hurting is the animals. And this is another thing that burns me to death. You were quick to sue the Cozy Inn because he disagreed. He disobeyed. But yet you jumped to pay the attorney fees for these girls from the animal shelter. That's a two-way street. It's right if you do, and it's wrong if you do. You just are not doing something correctly. But most important is these animals. And the longer you sit up here and talk and discuss, the longer those animals are hurting. Think about the animals. Think about the pet you had as a child. You don't have to answer, but I'm sure you all had a pet. You loved that pet. And when you lost that pet, what did you do? You probably cried uncontrollably. You cried. You hurt for a while. Those animals are alive and hurting now. So please, act swiftly, and thank you.
Lucille, just one comment. The city did not sue the Cozy. The Cozy sued the city.
But you spent $1 million of the citizens' money. $1 million.
I just wanted to clarify who sued who.
Okay.
Just because that was.
But didn't you spend $1 million?
Not $1 million. So.
Pretty darn close.
Okay, thank you.
But the animals are what is hurting here.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Sue Nichols, Salina. Just to kind of go off of that, I'd like to talk about the decision to use taxpayer dollars to fund the criminal defense of the two individuals is not just concerning, it's unacceptable. You're being asked to believe that their actions were performed within their official duties, that they acted reasonably and in good faith. But the documented evidence shows the exact opposite. They did not follow the City of Salina's euthanasia policy. They did not follow the written veterinary protocol. They did not follow the AVMA guidelines, the most basic standard for humane euthanasia. And just so there's no confusion, this is not my interpretation. This is their own documentation. This right here, this is a direct email sent by Andrea Murphy to the state of Kansas. And she says, our policy manual released last year by Monique is written permitting intraperitoneal in cats, birds, and pocket pets. So let's be clear about what that means. Show me where in this policy that intracardiac euthanasia is allowed in dogs. It's not there. It's not mentioned. It's not authorized. It's not permitted. And yet that's exactly what happened. So when I say Monique Hawley wrote the policy, I'm not asking you to take my word for it. I'm showing you theirs, which means she knew the policy, she understood the standards, and those standards were not followed. This was not confusion. This is not a lack of training. This was a decision to ignore policy, a decision to ignore protocol, and a decision that inflicted excruciating pain on defenseless puppies, animals that had no voice and no choice and no protection. And that decision crossed a line so serious that it resulted in criminal charges. And it doesn't stop there. In early 2026, the shelter failed a state inspection and was found deficient in even the minimum standards for euthanasia training, so much so that the state of Kansas required euthanasia to stop entirely. So how can this possibly be described as reasonable or in good faith? Let's make this simple. If a city employee operating heavy equipment ignored safety protocols and caused a death, would you pay for their defense? If a police officer ignored use of force policy and faced criminal charges, would you have us taxpayers footing the bill? No, because when someone knowingly ignores policy and causes harm, they're no longer acting on behalf of the city. They're acting outside of it. And this is exactly what happened here. And this decision should not be treated as final. You justified paying these legal fees based on the claim that these actions were within policy, within training, and in good faith. But the facts don't support that. And make no mistake, this is not something the citizens of Salina will soon forget.
Sue, do you have a second? I know you've talked about, you've turned some complaints into the Attorney General. Did you want to address those at all?
I would love to.
Okay.
So let's bring this up. Mr. Hoffman, you want to charge me $1,020 for 5 days of emails, and then 2 days later you change your mind and say it's $512 when I have 3 months of her emails. 3 months that cost me $85. Explain that.
Okay. First of all, you want to address that, and then I'll address that.
So, yes, there was, we've had, I think we're at over 40 CORA requests since March. When I get a CORA request, they don't all come to me, but the ones that do, I have a duty to charge people for my time on it because it's taxpayer money that is funding my salary. And if I'm working on a CORA request, I'm not working on my other duties. Recently, there was a request that initially was identified as having, I think, over 2,500 pages. Yeah, and so I did give an estimate based on all the redaction I have to do. When we're talking about city emails, even in the most innocuous documents, there's a lot of, with these animal shelter, there's a lot of personal information, there's a lot of employee information in there, and so I have to do a redaction. The reason I have to do it, I can't, sometimes we do have other staff do it, but we are subject to the Attorney General complaints if we don't do it right, and so I'm not comfortable just handing off that duty to anybody. Anyway, in reference to the $1,000, initially my estimate for the amount of time I thought it would take me to do that CORA request redaction was very high because of the 2,500 pages. After I scrolled through and gave an initial review of it, I realized that a lot of it was repetitive and a lot of it was actually referencing CORA requests we'd already done for this person.
And I'd ask for clarification.
Please, Sue, please let him finish.
And one of the reasons I give the estimate in advance is to give the requester the opportunity to modify the request to make it less burdensome if they wanted to.
It's to deter me from getting the request.
It's not to deter. You're going to I am very confident you're going to continue making requests regardless of what I do. So I'm not No, I know you are. So I'm not even. That's not crossing my mind. What I am trying to do is protect my time because the city doesn't. CORA is just a piece of what I do, and there's a lot of other things that I'm not getting done while I'm responding to 40 different CORA requests. And so that's the reason for the time limitation. I did send you an estimate revising down the time I thought it would take, which is what I'm required to do because I don't want to. If I was trying to deter you, I think I would have kept a higher
10
estimate.
10 days compared to 3 months?
I don't know what you're talking about with 10 days versus 3 months. I really don't. I don't understand. No, I don't really want to have this conversation because we're wasting everybody else's time right now. But I mean, that's
the part I wanted to get, please. The part I was wanting to get to is that there were 7 complaints filed against the city of Salina for Kansas Open Records Act violations.
There'll be more.
The Attorney General answered back, and on the first 3, he did state that to help the city improve, from a copy of this letter, he's asking us to take a necessary step to ensure that he tells the requester when we expect the records to be to them if we cannot do it within the 3 business days. And some of that is because of the number of requests we have and so on and so forth. There was no formal enforcement action, and the Attorney General considered the complaint closed. There was also 2 done on March 23rd, March 27th, April 2nd, and April 8th. And according to the Attorney General, the city did not violate CORA, and no formal enforcement action is warranted, and the cases have been closed. So we're not trying to hide anything.
They weren't all filed by Sue, though.
Please. And so we're getting to those. We're doing what we're allowed to do by law. Sometimes redactions are required. So anyway, this idea that we're hiding things from the public is not at all true. So anyway, I'm probably not going to convince you guys that.
That's the next subject.
Okay.
Michelle Timpson, Minneapolis.
Yes.
Before I begin, I want to define a simple word, truth. Truth is not subjective. It is not flexible. It is not something that changes depending on who is speaking. Truth is what is supported by facts, by records, and by evidence. Over the past several weeks, Andrea Murphy has made statements in this room and in official communications that do not match the documented record. On February 5th, we were told that euthanasia was stopped out of an abundance of caution. But on January 28th, email from the state of Kansas directed the shelter to stop euthanizing animals unless performed by a licensed veterinarian. That was not caution, that was compliance. On February 11th, at the Animal Advisory Board meeting, Andrea Murphy stated, "We will always sedate." On February 18th, in a written response to the public, she stated, "Sedation is part of our euthanasia process." But in March, it was acknowledged that the puppies were not sedated. When the same assurance is given more than once, it is not a misunderstanding. The record shows otherwise. And on March 23rd, we were told the puppies were euthanized by IP injection and were lethargic and dehydrated. But sedation was not used, and you cannot describe animals as too lethargic to respond while also requiring restraint to complete the procedure. Those two things cannot both be true. When you look at these statements together, this is not confusion, this is a pattern. A pattern of statements that change while the facts do not. And what is equally concerning is this. These statements were made in this room in front of city leadership, including Jacob Wood, Jeff Hammond, and Patrick Hoffman. They had the opportunity to correct the record. They had the opportunity to challenge what was being said. They chose not to. These are not misunderstandings. These are documented contradictions between what was said and what the records show. Truth is not flexible. Truth is not negotiable. And when the truth is known but not spoken, that is no longer oversight. It is a decision. You're set. This will land exactly how you want it delivered, steady and controlled. Thank you.
Rose Base. I'm going to quote the interview with Dr. Melissa Juby. On March 6th, during an interview with Salina 311, Dr. Melissa Juby stated the following: "The standard operating procedure for humane euthanasia I created is based off the HSUS Euthanasia Reference Manual. Just want to clarify, it did not author this guidebook. Intravenous or intraperitoneal are the preferred methods of euthanasia. Intracardiac is an approved method, but only on unconscious animals. After learning what was reported to me, I emailed Parks and Rec Director Jeff Hammond, Operations Superintendent Andrea Murphy, and Animal Services Manager Monique Hawley within about 1 hour to express the concerns regarding the reported use of a heart stick procedure done without sedation. I issued direction that no shelter staff may administer euthanasia at that time, and that euthanasia must be performed by myself or another licensed veterinarian while the matter was being addressed." Those are not my words. Those are Dr. Juby's. This is the city's own contracting veterinarian. Now let's look at what happened next. We don't have to speculate because we have the email. On December 17th at 12:20 p.m., Andrea Murphy forwarded proof of her enrollment to a euthanasia training course and stated, "FYI, here shows my enrollment. I only purchased the Part 1 online course for now. After I've completed it, we can discuss Part 2. That's documented evidence. The very next day, within hours after being told to stop, she enrolled in training. That tells us two things. First, Dr. Juby was telling the truth. But second, this was not compliance, this was positioning to move forward, and it was done in haste. So let's ask the question, why was Andrea Murphy so determined to continue euthanizing? Was it because she was told to stop? Because she believed she was right? Because she believed she did not respect the authority of the veterinarian overseeing that shelter? Or was it all those things? And here's the next question that matters most. Was it urgency, or was it refusal to accept limits that were clearly put in place by the veterinarian responsible for that shelter? Meanwhile, the DEA registration for those drugs used in euthanasia remained under Dr. Juby's name, not Andrea Murphy's. You cannot separate euthanasia from the legal authority to use those controlled substances. And when the state inspection was conducted, the findings confirmed it was no one at the shelter met the minimum standards, not under those state regulations, and not even under their own policy. So let's be clear about what it shows. The serious breakdown in judgment at the exact moment of professional oversight was most critical. And here's what should concern every person in this room. City Manager Jacob Wood, Parks and Recreation Director Jeff Hammond, and City Attorney Patrick Hoffman knew. You guys knew. They knew what happened. They knew that what Dr. Juby had said, and they stood there in the public meetings and they allowed false narrative to be presented anyway. They didn't correct it. They didn't challenge it. They allowed it. And when the leadership knows the truth and this still allows us to stand, that is not oversight. That is complicity. If this is what you choose to allow, then the responsibility for this behavior rests squarely on each of your shoulders.
Thank you.
And I do have the email the very next day after the puppies were heart-sticked for the Florida training course.
Good evening. Tony Johnson, Salina. First off, I want to say it's good to see Public Works is widening North Street between Santa Fe and 9th. That'll be a big improvement. Also want to say that the free landfill day, I took part in that. I appreciate that. Plenty of staff out there taking care of business, got people in and out. It was very efficient. To piggyback on your comment about Holly, I had that written down too. I've talked to her, not a lot, but I've talked to her on more than a few occasions, and she's always been helpful and pleasant, and like I said, it's very well deserved. Cozy Inn mural, looks like they're starting to pick that back up, so that'll be nice. I also heard the city manager say will not deviate from the requirements of volunteers needing to give their social security number to work at the animal shelter as a volunteer. Is that same requirement needed for all volunteer positions, like for instance at the River Festival? If not, why is there separate rules? And then finally, I'm just asking something simple here. Honesty, accountability, and transparency regarding the animal shelter. In February of 26, Jacob Wood stated he had taken on a larger oversight role beginning in 2023. Since that time, funding for the shelter has increased, including significant use of donation funds. Yet based on public records, meeting discussions, and first-hand accounts from veterinary professionals, conditions for animals have not improved. At a 2024 public meeting, a licensed veterinarian was moved to tears right here, talking about the condition of animals that were arriving from the shelter to where she worked. That's not a minor operational issue. It's a serious indicator that something in the system is failing. We also know that staff were allowed to adopt animals at no cost. Public resources, including equipment purchased for animals and shelter care, were not clearly accounted for, including over $1,000 spent in May of 2025 for bearded dragon supplies. Required records were not consistently maintained. When serious concerns are minimized and policies appear inconsistently followed, and when transparency is limited, public confidence erodes. The question is no longer just what happened, it is whether leadership is willing to fully acknowledge and address it. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Anyone else?
Mayor, commissioners. Trent, I hope you have the time to get off your phone and whatever and listen to what I have to say. You haven't listened to anybody else. You've always just had your head hanging like in shame.
Yeah, I'm taking
so,
notes.
Anyway.
No, wait. Don't make an accusation and don't think this is a one-way conversation.
Okay.
No, you wait. I'm taking notes on everything you're saying, all right?
Hope you
That's
are.
the reason my head is down.
Thank you.
All
Don't
right?
take my time.
But don't make unfounded
I want
accusations.
to start with a single animal, a kitten. Animal number A0059049086. According to the shelter's own records, this was a 4-month-old kitten euthanized on October 10th, 2025. The reason? It had ringworm. Not a life-threatening condition, not an emergency, not a public safety risk. Ringworm is treatable. And the city's own policy proves it. The policy says animals with ringworm are to be quarantined, treated with antifungal medication, and allowed to recover. It doesn't say euthanize. It doesn't say to kill the animal. It says treat the animal. But that's not what happened here. This was a 4-month-old kitten. It was killed anyway. And when you try to follow the paper trail, this is where it gets even more concerning. This animal appears in the euthanasia and outcome reports, but it does not appear in the intake records, and it does not appear in the controlled substance log that should document the drug used to perform the euthanasia. So I have to ask, where did this animal come from? What was used to kill it? And how does a 4-month-old kitten exist in a system only at the point it was killed, euthanized, without a complete and traceable record? Because your own regulations require full documentation from intake to care to outcome. And yet we have a kitten euthanized for a treatable condition with gaps at every critical step. This isn't just about one animal. This is about whether your policies mean anything at all. You have a written policy that says reduce euthanasia. You have a treatment protocol that says treat ringworm. And yet this kitten was killed in direct contradiction to that policy. And the records that should explain it don't even exist excuse me, across your own system. If you think a consultant is going to fix this, you're wrong. A consultant cannot fix a culture, and that's what's going on at this shelter, that ignores its own policies. You don't need an assessment to tell you what's happening in that shelter. You already know. You've been told over and over and over and over again. So if this continues, it won't be because you didn't have the information. It will be because you're choosing to ignore it. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lori Hall. I would like to share my concern about misrepresentation of rabies risk, falsifying records, and a complete neglect for a public health danger, while under the supervision of Andrea Murphy and Monique Hawley at the Salina Animal Services facility. No one here in this room would disagree that rabies is a serious public health issue. Bats, like other mammals, can and do carry rabies. In Kansas, 11 bats out of 418 suitable specimens, that was, their brains could be used, to tested positive for rabies last year. 3 out of 418 of those bats, just 3 of 418 were confirmed in Saline County. Other animals that were confirmed rabies in Kansas last year were dogs, horses, cows, goats, sheep, skunks, coyotes, and other wildlife species. In other words, bats are not the only vectors of the rabies virus. Directly from the Animal Service Employees Manual is the following. Depending on the condition of the animals and circumstances regarding rabies control, wild animals may be set free in a safe release area. Now, let's look at their records. And they're from Cora, so I appreciate that. In 2025, 32 bats were euthanized. Documented records indicate that 27 of those bats were killed for rabies testing. That's what it says on the documents, rabies testing. Now, of the 27 bats that were killed for rabies testing, you would think 27 were sent to K-State, right? 8. So what I see here is that those two supervisors put down that they sent 27 bats in for rabies testing. But right here from K-State, it says every one of the 8 bats came back negative. Now, I called the epidemiologist in Topeka the other day, and you know what her response was? Oh my, why are you killing so many bats? She goes, you must have a rabies anxiety going on. My question is, why are we killing them? They're a protected species. Now,
Time.
there is a little girl that was in a room where a bat was flying. That needed to be sent in, but not 27 of them. So if I look at Dr. Davis and said if he recorded something in his doctor's office and it was false, that's fraud.
Thank you.
We all know that's fraud.
Ben Winholt, Salina. A few years ago, not all of you, because not all of you were on the commission at the time, but most of you were, you started handing out city freebies. And you handed them out, I think, to the Lee building developers were the first ones to get them. After that, every developer that was doing what you guys wanted by getting 2,000 houses done in this town in 5 years because of the 2,000 jobs we have coming. Yeah, right. They had to get them too. You opened up a can of worms where you gave them everything that the others were getting. Now, let's switch to what you guys did last week. You're paying the fees for 2 individuals who created a crime while on duty. Animal cruelty. So now you've opened up another can of worms to a point where any city employee in any department, if they do something criminal while on working for the city on their work hours, should be able to get legal counsel paid for. And you can use the argument, well, they were doing their duties. Well, anybody can be doing their duties and do something criminal, and they'll have the argument of saying, I want legal counsel too because these 2 got it. Gosh, guys, I mean, come on, let's get real here. Just exactly what you have done. And you can sit there and say that it was an embarrassment to the city what happened last week. Yeah, it was an embarrassment to the city for what you guys have done by paying legal fees for somebody who has done something criminal. Criminal. Animal cruelty. It's not in their job description to do animal cruelty. And yet you guys seem to be for it. Let's pay their legal fees. That's the embarrassing part for this community. Through the whole state, through the whole nation, whoever wants to know. Period.
Okay, anybody else?
Norman Van Salina. How come our county commissioner has a better approval rating than your city commissioners? That's embarrassing, ain't it? You want our respect, you got to earn it. Now I'm going to go another direction. What, if any, plans for our 250-year celebration as this nation came to be does the city have? This nation came to be at the expense of another nation, the destruction of another nation, culture. This calendar here was done by your own Ken Jennison. right there. Ken Jellison, 1979 calendar. And I ain't giving it to the city museum either. They ain't got enough money to buy this. But you can sure spend it other places, can't you? The ASPCA, you can get a hold of Temple Granlund. She'll help you on this. We've got another issue around here. It's in the news. What is the drone security in the city area limits? You don't have any, the FAA has jurisdiction over the airport, but over city property. I got a pin right here. And if he flies over my property again, he can't do that. These drones are so easy to get a hold of, they're cheap. So you better look at that thing, at the security of the airspace over city property. The park, where you have people, we can weaponize these. Chemical, biological, radiological warfare. There's people out there who know how to do it. The money you've spent on this log jam, I'd like to have one of them $1 million hamburgers. You squandered a lot of the taxpayers' money. We have the right to criticize our public officials. We express our displeasure with you. That's a right.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else? Okay, if not, I believe we have an executive session scheduled.
Yeah.
You want to take a break?
Yes, please.
But
Take it
we'll start the executive session at
at 7. Okay.
Yeah. I move the city commission recess into executive session for 20 minutes to discuss the subject of legal considerations related to the city animal shelter with legal counsel based upon the need for consultation with an attorney for the public body, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2. The executive session will start at 7 and we will return at 7:20.
We have a motion and a second for the City Commission to recess an executive session for 20 minutes to discuss the subject of legal considerations related to the city animal shelter with legal counsel based upon the need for consultation with an attorney for the public body, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2. Executive session will begin at 7, and we will resume back in this room at 7:20.
Okay, in attendance at the executive session will be legal counsel Patrick Hoffman, deputy city manager Sean Hennessy, and myself.
Okay.
We're not going away.
Okay, we're back in session. I think we're going to ask for a few more minutes.
Mayor, I move the City Commission recess into the executive session for an additional 15 minutes to discuss the subject of legal considerations related to the city animal shelter with legal counsel based upon the need for consultation with an attorney for the public body, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2. We will return
7:36.
7:36.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to recess into executive session for 15 minutes to discuss the subject of legal considerations related to the city animal shelter with legal counsel based upon the need for consultation with an attorney for the public body, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2. Meeting will resume in this room at 7:36. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we'll be back. Okay, we are back in session and there's no action to take, so I will accept a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion is second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. See everyone next month.